Welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. Join us on a journey through this collection of 6 stories from old, dusty detective pulp magazines. I have added a timestamp for each story in the video description. Before we begin, I invite you to pause for a moment and share in the comments where in the world you're listening from and what time of day it is for you. My Friend the Murderer by Arthur Conan Doyle. Number 481 is no better, Doctor, said the head warder in a slightly reproachful accent, looking in round the corner of my door.
Confound 481, I responded from behind the pages of the Australian Sketcher. And 61 says his tubes are paining him. Couldn't you do anything for him? He's a walking drug shop, said I. He has the whole British pharmacopea inside him. I believe his tubes are as sound as yours are. Then there is 7 and 1/8. They are chronic, continued the warder, glancing down a blue slip of paper. And 28 knocked off work yesterday, said lifting things gave him a stitch in the side. I want you to have a look at him if you don't mind, Doctor. There is 81, too. Him that killed John Adamson in the Corinthian brig. He's been carrying on awful in the night, shrieking and yelling he has, and no stopping him either. All right, I'll have a look at him afterward, I said, tossing my paper carelessly aside, and pouring myself out a cup of coffee. Nothing else to report, I suppose, warder? The official protruded his head a little further into the room. Beg pardon, Doctor, he said in a confidential tone, but I notice as 82 has a bit of a cold, and it would be a good excuse for you to visit him and have a chat, maybe. The cup of coffee was arrested halfway to my lips as I stared in amazement at the man's serious face. An excuse, I said. An excuse? What the deuce are you talking about, Macpherson? You see me trudging about all day at my practice when I am not looking after the prisoners, and coming back every night as tired as a dog, and you talk about finding an excuse for doing more work. You'd like it, Doctor, said Warder Macpherson, insinuating one of his shoulders into the room. That man's story's worth listening to if you could get him to tell it, though he's not what you'd call free in his speech. Maybe you don't know who 82 is? No, I don't, and I don't care either, I answered, in the conviction that some local ruffian was about to be foisted upon me as a celebrity. He's Maloney, said the warder. Him that turned Queen's evidence after the murders at Blumansdyke. You don't say so, I ejaculated, laying down my cup in astonishment. I had heard of this ghastly series of murders and read an account of them in a London magazine long before setting foot in the colony. I remembered that the atrocities committed had thrown the Burke and Hare crimes completely into the shade, and that one of the most villainous of the gang had saved his own skin by betraying his companions. Are you sure? I asked. Oh yes, it's him right enough. Just you draw him out a bit and he'll astonish you. He's a man to know, is Maloney. That's to say, in moderation. And the head grinned, bobbed, and disappeared, leaving me to finish my breakfast and ruminate over what I had heard. The surgeonship of an Australian prison is not an enviable position. It may be endurable in Melbourne or Sydney, but the little town of Perth has few attractions to recommend it, and those few had been long exhausted. The climate was detestable, and the society far from congenial. Sheep and cattle were the staple support of the community, and their prices, breeding, and diseases the principal topic of conversation. Now, as I, being an outsider, possessed neither the one nor the other, and was utterly callous to the new dip and the rot and other kindred topics, I found myself in a state of mental isolation, and was ready to hail anything which might relieve the monotony of my existence. Maloney, the murderer, had at least some distinctiveness and individuality in his character, and might act as a tonic to a mind sick of the commonplaces of existence. I determined that I should follow the warder's advice and take the excuse for making his acquaintance. When, therefore, I went upon my usual matutinal round, I turned the lock of the door which bore the convict's number upon it, and walked into the cell. The man was lying in a heap upon his rough bed as I entered, but, uncoiling his long limbs, he started up and stared at me with an insolent look of defiance on his face, which augured badly for our interview. He had a pale, set face, with sandy hair and a steely blue eye, with something feline in its expression. His frame was tall and muscular, though there was a curious bend in his shoulders which almost amounted to a deformity. An ordinary observer, meeting him in the street, might have put him down as a well-developed man, fairly handsome, and of studious habits, even in the hideous uniform of the rottenest convict establishment. He imparted a certain refinement to his carriage which marked him out among the inferior ruffians around him. "I am not on the sick list," he said gruffly. There was something in the hard, rasping voice which dispelled all softer illusions, and made me realize that I was face to face with the man of the Lena Valley and Blumensteig, the bloodiest bushranger that ever stuck up a farm or cut the throats of its occupants. "I know you are not," I answered. "Warder Macpherson told me you had a cold, though, and I thought I'd look in and see you. Blast Warder Macpherson, and blast you too," yelled the convict in a paroxysm of rage. "Oh, that's right," he added in a quieter voice. "Hurry away. Report me to the governor, do. Get me another 6 months or so. That's your game." "I am not going to report you," I said. 8 square feet of ground," he went on, disregarding my protest and evidently working himself into a fury again. 8 square feet, and I can't have that without being talked to and stared at, and, oh, blast the whole crew of you." And he raised his 2 clenched hands above his head and shook them in passionate invective. "You've got a curious idea of hospitality," I remarked, determined not to lose my temper, and saying almost the first thing that came to my tongue. To my surprise, the words had an extraordinary effect upon him. He seemed completely staggered at my assuming the proposition for which he had been so fiercely contending, namely, that the room in which he stood was his own. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I didn't mean to be rude. Won't you take a seat?" And he motioned toward a rough trestle which formed the headpiece of his couch. I sat down, rather astonished at the sudden change. I don't know that I liked Maloney better under this new aspect. The murderer had, it is true, disappeared for the nonce, but there was something in the smooth tones and obsequious manner which powerfully suggested the witness of the Queen, who had stood up and sworn away the lives of his companions in crime. "How's your chest?" I asked, putting on my professional air. "Come, drop it, doctor, drop it," he answered, showing a row of white teeth as he resumed his seat upon the side of the bed. "It wasn't anxiety after my precious health that brought you along here. That story won't wash at all. You came to have a look at Wolf-Tone Maloney, forger, murderer, Sydney Slider, ranger, and government peach. That's about my figure, ain't it? There it is, plain and straight. There is nothing mean about me." He paused as if he expected me to say something, but as I remained silent, he repeated once or twice, "There is nothing mean about me." "And why shouldn't I?" he suddenly yelled, his eyes gleaming and his whole satanic nature reasserting itself. "We were bound to swing, one and all, and they were none the worse if I saved myself by turning against them. Every man for himself, say I, and the devil take the luckiest. You haven't a plug of tobacco, doctor, have you?" He tore at the piece of Barrett's, which I handed him as ravenously as a wild beast. It seemed to have the effect of soothing his nerves, for he settled himself down in the bed and reassumed his former deprecating manner. "You wouldn't like it yourself, you know, doctor," he said. "It's enough to make any man a little queer in his temper. I am in for 6 months this time for assault, and very sorry I shall be to go out again. I can tell you my mind's at ease in here, but when I am outside, what with the government and what with Tattooed Tom of Hawkesbury, there is no chance of a quiet life." "Who is he?" I asked. "He's the brother of John Grimthorpe, the same that was condemned on my evidence. And an infernal scamp he was, too. Spawn of the devil, both of them. This tattooed one is a murderous ruffian, and he swore to have my blood after that trial. It's 7 years ago, and he's following me yet. I know he is, though he lies low and keeps dark. He came up to me in Ballarat in 75. You can see on the back of my hand here where the bullet clipped me. He tried again in 76 at Port Phillip, but I got the drop on him and wounded him badly. He knifed me in 79, though, in a bar at Adelaide, and that made our account about level. He's loafing round again now, and he'll let daylight into me, unless by some extraordinary chance someone does as much for him. And Maloney gave a very ugly smile. I don't complain of him so much, he continued, looking at it in his way. No doubt it is a sort of family matter that can hardly be neglected. It's the government that fetches me. When I think of what I've done for this country, and then of what this country has done for me, it makes me fairly wild, clean drives me off my head. There is no gratitude nor common decency left, Doctor. He brooded over his wrongs for a few minutes, and then proceeded to lay them before me in detail. Here is 9 men, he said. They've been murdering and killing for a matter of 3 years, and maybe a life a week wouldn't more than average the work that they've done. The government catches them and the government tries them, but they can't convict. And why? Because the witnesses have all had their throats cut, and the whole job's been very neatly done. What happens then? Up comes a citizen called Wolf-Tone Maloney. He says, "The country needs me, and here I am." And with that he gives his evidence, convicts the lot, and enables the beaks to hang them. That's what I did. There is nothing mean about me. And now what does the country do in return? Dogs me, sir, spies on me, watches me night and day, turns against the very man that worked so very hard for it. There is something mean about that anyway. I didn't expect them to knight me, nor to make me colonial secretary, but, damn it, I did expect that they would let me alone. Well, I remonstrated, if you choose to break laws and assault people, you can't expect it to be looked over on account of former services. I don't refer to my present imprisonment, sir, said Maloney with dignity. It's the life I've been leading since that cursed trial that takes the soul out of me. Just you sit there on that trestle, and I'll tell you all about it, and then look me in the face and tell me that I've been treated fair by the police. I shall endeavour to transcribe the experience of the convict in his own words, as far as I can remember them, preserving his curious perversions of right and wrong. I can answer for the truth of his facts, whatever may be said for his deductions from them. Months afterward, Inspector H.W. Han, formerly governor of the jail at Dunedin, showed me entries in his ledger which corroborated every statement. Maloney reeled the story off in a dull, monotonous voice, with his head sunk upon his breast and his hands between his knees. The glitter of his serpent-like eyes was the only sign of the emotions which were stirred up by the recollection of the events which he narrated. "You've read a Blue Man's Dyke," he began, with some pride in his tone. "We made it hot while it lasted, but they ran us to earth at last, and a trap called Braxton with a damned Yankee took the lot of us. That was in New Zealand, of course, and they took us down to Dunedin, and there they were convicted and hanged. One and all they put up their hands in the dock, and cursed me till your blood would have run cold to hear them, which was scurvy treatment, seeing that we had all been pals together. But they were a blackguard lot, and thought only of themselves. I think it is as well that they were hung. They took me back to Dunedin jail, and clapped me into the old cell. The only difference they made was that I had no work to do and was well fed. I stood this for a week or two, until one day the governor was making his rounds, and I put the matter to him. "How's this?" I said. "My conditions were a free pardon, and you are keeping me here against the law." He gave a sort of a smile. "Should you like very much to get out?" he asked. So much, said I, that unless you open that door, I'll have an action against you for illegal detention. He seemed a bit astonished by my resolution. You are very anxious to meet your death, he said. What do you mean? I asked. Come here, and you'll know what I mean, he answered, and he led me down the passage to a window that overlooked the door of the prison. Look at that, said he. I looked out, and there were a dozen or so rough-looking fellows standing outside the street, some of them smoking, some playing cards on the pavement. When they saw me, they gave a yell and crowded round the door, shaking their fists and hooting. They wait for you, watch and watch about, said the governor. They're the executive of the Vigilance Committee, however. Since you are determined to go, I can't stop you. Do you call this a civilized land? I cried, and let a man be murdered in cold blood in open daylight. When I said this, the governor and the warder and every fool in the place grinned, as if a man's life was a rare good joke. You got the law on your side, says the governor, so we won't detain you any longer. Show him out, warder. He'd have done it too, the black-hearted villain, if I hadn't begged and prayed and offered to pay for my board and lodging, which is more than any prisoner ever did before me. He let me stay on those conditions, and for 3 months I was caged up there with every larrikin in the township clamoring at the other side of the wall. That was pretty treatment for a man that had served his country. At last, one morning, up came the governor again. Well, Maloney, he said, how long are you going to honor us with your society? I could have put a knife into his cursed body, and would too if we had been alone in the bush, but I had to smile and smooth him and flatter, for I feared that he might have me sent out. You are an infernal rascal, he said. Those were his very words to a man that had helped him all he knew how. I don't want any rough justice here, though, and I think I see my way to getting you out of Dunedin. I'll never forget you, governor, said I, and by God I never will. I don't want your thanks nor your gratitude, he answered. It's not for your sake that I do it, but simply to keep order in the town. There is a steamer starts from the West Quay to Melbourne tomorrow, and we'll get you aboard it. She is advertised at 5 in the morning, so have yourself in readiness. I packed up the few things I had, and was smuggled out by a back door just before daybreak. I hurried down, took my ticket under the name of Isaac Smith, and got safely aboard the Melbourne boat. I remember hearing her screw grinding into the water as the warps were cast loose, and looking back at the lights of Dunedin as I leaned upon the bulwarks, with the pleasant thought that I was leaving them behind me forever. It seemed to me that a new world was before me, and that all my troubles had been cast off. I went down below and had some coffee, and came up again feeling better than I had done since the morning that I woke, to find that cursed Irishman that took me standing over me with a 6-shooter. Day had dawned by that time, and we were steaming along by the coast, well out of sight of Dunedin. I loafed about for a couple of hours, and when the sun got well up, some of the other passengers came on deck and joined me. One of them, a little perky sort of fellow, took a good long look at me, and then came over and began talking. Mining, I suppose, says he. Yes, I says. Made your pile? He asks. Pretty fair, says I. I was at it myself, he says. I worked at the Nelson Fields for 3 months, and spent all I made in buying a salted claim which busted up the second day. I went at it again, though, and struck it rich. But when the gold wagon was going down to the settlements, it was stuck up by those cursed rangers, and not a red cent left. That was a bad job, I says. Broke me, ruined me clean. Never mind, I've seen 'em all hanged for it. That makes it easier to bear. There is only one left, the villain that gave the evidence. I'd die happy if I could come across him. There are 2 things I have to do if I meet him. What's that? Says I carelessly. I've got to ask him where the money lies. They never had time to make away with it. And it's cache catte, somewhere in the mountains. And then I've got to stretch his neck for him and send his soul down to join the men that he betrayed. It seemed to me that I knew something about that cachet, and I felt like laughing, but he was watching me, and it struck me that he had a nasty, vindictive kind of mind. "I am going up on the bridge," I said, for he was not a man whose acquaintance I cared much about making. He wouldn't hear of my leaving him, though. "We're both miners," he says, "and we're pals for the voyage. Come down to the bar. I am not too poor to shout." I couldn't refuse him well, and we went down together. And that was the beginning of the trouble. What harm was I doing anyone on the ship? All I asked for was a quiet life, leaving others alone and getting left alone myself. No man could ask fairer than that. And now, just you listen to what came of it. We were passing the front of the ladies' cabin on our way to the saloon, when out comes a servant lass, a freckled currency she, devil, with a baby in her arms. We were brushing past her when she gave a scream like a railway whistle and nearly dropped the kid. My nerves gave a sort of a jump when I heard that scream, but I turned and begged her pardon, letting on that I thought I might have trod on her foot. I knew the game was up, though, when I saw her white face and her leaning against the door and pointing. "It's him," she cried. "It's him." "I saw him in the courthouse. Oh, don't let him hurt the baby." "Who is it?" asked the steward and half a dozen others in a breath. "It's him, Maloney, Maloney, the murderer. Oh, take him away, take him away." I don't rightly remember what happened just at that moment. The furniture and me seemed to get kind of mixed, and there was cursing and smashing and someone shouting for his gold and a general stamping round. When I got steadied a bit, I found somebody's hand in my mouth. From what I gathered afterward, I concluded that it belonged to that same little man with the vicious way of talking. He got some of it out again, but that was because the others were choking me. A poor chap can get no fair play in this world when once he is down. Still, I think he will remember me till the day of his death. Longer, I hope. They dragged me out onto the poop and held a damned court-martial. On me. Mind you, me, that had thrown over my pals in order to serve them. What were they to do with me? Some said this, some said that, but it ended by the captain deciding to send me ashore. The ship stopped. They lowered a boat, and I was hoisted in, the whole gang of them hooting at me from over the bulwarks. I saw the man I spoke of tying up his hand, though, and I felt that things might be worse. I changed my opinion before we got to the land. I had reckoned on the shore being deserted and that I might make my way inland, but the ship had stopped too near the heads, and a dozen beach combers and such like had come down to the water's edge and were staring at us, wondering what the boat was after. When we got to the edge of the surf, the coxswain hailed them, and after singing out who I was, he and his men threw me into the water. You may well look surprised. Neck and crop into 10 feet of water, with sharks as thick as green parrots in the bush, and I heard them laughing as I floundered to the shore. I soon saw it was a worse job than ever. As I came scrambling out through the weeds, I was collared by a big chap with a velveteen coat, and half a dozen others got round me and held me fast. Most of them looked simple fellows enough, and I was not afraid of them, but there was one in a cabbage-tree hat that had a very nasty expression on his face, and the big man seemed to be chummy with him. They dragged me up the beach, and then they let go their hold of me and stood round in a circle. "Well, mate," says the man with the hat, "we've been looking out for you some time in these parts." "And very good of you, too," I answers. "None of your jaw," says he. "Come, boys, what shall it be, hanging, drowning, or shooting? Look sharp." This looked a bit too like business. "No, you don't," I said. "I've got government protection, and it'll be murder, that's what they call it," answered the one in the velveteen coat, as cheery as a piping crow. "And you are going to murder me for being a ranger. Ranger be damned," said the man. "We're going to hang you for peaching against your pals, and that's an end of the palaver." They slung a rope round my neck and dragged me up to the edge of the bush. There were some big she-oaks and bluegums, and they pitched on one of these for the wicked deed. They ran the rope over a branch, tied my hands, and told me to say my prayers. It seemed as if it was all up, but Providence interfered to save me. It sounds nice enough sitting here and telling about it, sir, but it was sick work to stand with nothing but the beach in front of you, and the long white line of surf with the steamer in the distance, and a set of bloody-minded villains round you thirsting for your life. I never thought I'd owe anything good to the police, but they saved me that time. A troop of them were riding from Hawke's Point Station to Dunedin, and hearing that something was up, they came down through the bush and interrupted the proceedings. I've heard some bands in my time, Doctor, but I never heard music like the jingle of those traps, spurs, and harness as they galloped out onto the open. They tried to hang me even then, but the police were too quick for them, and the man with the hat got one over the head with the flat of a sword. I was clacked onto a horse, and before evening I found myself in my old quarters in the city jail. The governor wasn't to be done, though. He was determined to get rid of me, and I was equally anxious to see the last of him. He waited a week or so until the excitement had begun to die away, and then he smuggled me aboard a 3-masted schooner bound to Sydney with tallow and hides. We got far away to sea without a hitch, and things began to look a bit more rosy. I made sure that I had seen the last of the prison, anyway. The crew had a sort of an idea who I was, and if there'd been any rough weather they'd have hove me overboard, like enough, for they were a rough, ignorant lot, and had a notion that I brought bad luck to the ship. We had a good passage, however, and I was landed safe and sound upon Sydney Quay now. Just you listen to what happened next. You'd have thought they would have been sick of ill-using me and following me by this time, wouldn't you now? Well, just you listen. It seems that a cursed steamer started from Dunedin to Sydney on the very day we left, and got in before us, bringing news that I was coming. Blessed if they hadn't called a meeting, a regular mass meeting, at the docks to discuss about it, and I marched right into it when I landed. They didn't take long about arresting me, and I listened to all the speeches and resolutions. If I'd been a prince, there couldn't have been more excitement. The end of all was that they agreed that it wasn't right that New Zealand should be allowed to foist her criminals upon her neighbours, and that I was to be sent back again by the next boat. So they posted me off again as if I was a damned parcel, and after another 800-mile journey, I found myself back for the third time, moving in the place that I started from. By this time I had begun to think that I was going to spend the rest of my existence travelling about from one port to another. Every man's hand seemed turned against me, and there was no peace or quiet in any direction. I was about sick of it by the time I had come back, and if I could have taken to the bush I'd have done it, and chanced it with my old pals. They were too quick for me, though, and kept me under lock and key, but I managed in spite of them to negotiate that cachet I told you of, and sewed the gold up in my belt. I spent another month in jail, and then they slicked me aboard a bark that was bound for England. This time the crew never knew who I was, but the captain had a pretty good idea, though he didn't let on to me that he had any suspicions. I guessed from the first that the man was a villain. We had a fair passage, except a gale or two off the Cape, and I began to feel like a free man when I saw the blue loom of the old country and the saucy little pilot boat from Falmouth dancing toward us over the waves. We ran down the channel, and before we reached Gravesend, I had agreed with the pilot that he should take me ashore with him when he left. It was at this time that the captain showed me that I was right in thinking him a meddling, disagreeable man. I got my things packed, such as they were, and left him talking earnestly to the pilot, while I went below for my breakfast. When I came up again, we were fairly into the mouth of the river, and the boat in which I was to have gone ashore had left us. The skipper said the pilot had forgotten me, but that was too thin, and I began to fear that all my old troubles were going to commence once more. It was not long before my suspicions were confirmed. A boat darted out from the side of the river, and a tall cove with a long black beard came aboard. I heard him ask the mate whether they didn't need a mud pilot to take them up in the reaches, but it seemed to me that he was a man who would know a deal more about handcuffs than he did about steering, so I kept away from him. He came across the deck, however, and made some remark to me, taking a good look at me the while. I don't like inquisitive people at any time, but an inquisitive stranger with glue about the roots of his beard is the worst of all to stand, especially under the circumstances. I began to feel that it was time for me to go. I soon got a chance and made good use of it. A big collier came athwart the bows of our steamer, and we had to slacken down to dead slow. There was a barge astern, and I slipped down by a rope and was into the barge before anyone missed me. Of course, I had to leave my luggage behind me, but I have the belt with the nuggets round my waist, and the chance of shaking the police off my track was worth more than a couple of boxes. It was clear to me now that the pilot had been a traitor as well as the captain and had set the detectives after me. I often wish I could drop across those two men again. I hung about the barge all day as she drifted down the stream. There was one man in her, but she was a big, ugly craft, and his hands were too full for much looking about. Toward evening, when it got a bit dusky, I struck out for the shore and found myself in a sort of marsh place, a good many miles to the east of London. I was soaking wet and half dead with hunger, but I trudged into the town, got a new rig out at a slop shop, and, after having some supper, engaged a bed at the quietest lodgings I could find. I woke pretty early, a habit you pick up in the bush, and lucky for me that I did so. The very first thing I saw, when I took a look through a chink in the shutter, was one of these infernal policemen standing right opposite and staring up at the windows. He hadn't epaulets nor a sword, like our traps, but for all that there was a sort of family likeness and the same busybody expression. Whether they followed me all the time, or whether the woman that let me the bed didn't like the looks of me, is more than I have ever been able to find out. He came across as I was watching him, and noted down the address of the house in a book. I was afraid that he was going to ring at the bell, but I suppose his orders were simply to keep an eye on me, for, after another good look at the windows, he moved on down the street. I saw that my only chance was to act at once. I threw on my clothes, opened the window softly, and, after making sure that there was nobody about, dropped out onto the ground and made off as hard as I could run. I travelled a matter of 2 or 3 miles when my wind gave out, and as I saw a big building with people going in and out, I went in too and found that it was a railway station. The train was just going off for Dover to meet the French boat, so I took a ticket and jumped into a third-class carriage. There were a couple of other chaps in the carriage, innocent-looking young beggars, both of them. They began speaking about this and that, while I sat quiet in the corner and listened. Then they started on England and foreign countries, and such like. Look ye now, Doctor, this is a fact. One of them begins jawing about the justice of England's laws. It's all fair and above board, says he. There ain't any secret police, nor spying like they have abroad, and a lot more of the same sort of wash. Rather rough on me, wasn't it, listening to the damned young fool, with the police following me about like my shadow? I got to Paris right enough, and there I changed some of my gold, and for a few days I imagined I'd shaken them off, and began to think of settling down for a bit of rest. I needed it by that time, for I was looking more like a ghost than a man. You've never had the police after you, I suppose? Well, you needn't look offended. I didn't mean any harm. If ever you had, you'd know that it wastes a man away like a sheep with the rot. I went to the opera one night and took a box, for I was very flush. I was coming out between the acts when I met a fellow lounging along in the passage. The light fell on his face, and I saw that it was the mud pilot that had boarded us in the Thames. His beard was gone, but I recognized the man at a glance, for I have a good memory for faces. I tell you, Doctor, I felt desperate for a moment. I could have knifed him if we had been alone, but he knew me well enough never to give me the chance. It was more than I could stand any longer, so I went right up to him and drew him aside. where we'd be free from all the loungers and theatre-goers. How long are you going to keep it up?" I asked him. He seemed a bit flustered for a moment, but then he saw there was no use beating about the bush, so he answered straight. "Until you go back to Australia," he said. "Don't you know," I said, "that I have served the government and got a free pardon?" He grinned all over his ugly face when I said this. "We know all about you, Maloney," he answered. "If you want a quiet life, just you go back where you came from. If you stay here, you are a marked man, and when you are found tripping, it'll be a lifer for you at the least. Free trade's a fine thing, but the market's too full of men like you for us to need to import any." It seemed to me that there was something in what he said, though he had a nasty way of putting it. For some days back I'd been feeling a sort of homesick. The ways of the people weren't my ways. They stared at me in the street, and if I dropped into a bar, they'd stop talking and edge away a bit, as if I was a wild beast. I'd sooner have had a pint of old stringy bark, too, than a bucket full of their rot-gut liquors. There was too much damned propriety. What was the use of having money if you couldn't dress as you liked nor bust in properly? There was no sympathy for a man if he shot about a little when he was half over. I've seen a man dropped at Nelson many a time with less row than they'd make over a broken window pane. The thing was slow and I was sick of it. "You want me to go back?" I said. "I've my order to stick fast to you until you do," he answered. "Well," I said, "I don't care if I do. All I bargain is that you keep your mouth shut and don't let on who I am, so that I may have a fair start when I get there." He agreed to this, and we went over to Southampton the very next day, where he saw me safely off once more. I took a passage round to Adelaide, where no one was likely to know me, and there I settled, right under the nose of the police. I've been there ever since, leading a quiet life, but for little difficulties like the one I am in for now, and for that devil, Tattooed Tom of Hawkesbury. I don't know what made me tell you all this, Doctor, unless it is that being lonely makes a man inclined to jaw when he gets a chance. Just you take warning from me, though never put yourself out to serve your country, for your country will do precious little for you. Just you let them look after their own affairs, and if they find difficulty in hanging a set of scoundrels, never mind chipping in, but let them alone to do as best they can. Maybe they'll remember how they treated me after I am dead, and be sorry for neglecting me. I was rude to you when you came in, and swore a trifle promiscuous. But don't you mind me. It's only my way. You'll allow, though, that I have cause to be a bit touchy now and again when I think of all that's past. You are not going, are you? Well, if you must, you must. But I hope you will look me up at odd times when you are going your rounds. Oh, I say, you've left the balance of that cake of tobacco behind you, haven't you? No, it's in your pocket. That's all right. Thank you, Doctor. You are a good sort, and as quick at a hint as any man I've met. A couple of months after narrating his experiences, Wolf Tone Maloney finished his term and was released. For a long time I neither saw him nor heard of him, and he had almost slipped from my memory until I was reminded, in a somewhat tragic manner, of his existence. I had been attending a patient some distance off in the country, and was riding back guiding my tired horse among the boulders which strewed the pathway, and endeavoring to see my way through the gathering darkness, when I came suddenly upon a little wayside inn. As I walked my horse up toward the door, intending to make sure of my bearings before proceeding further, I heard the sound of a violent altercation within the little bar. There seemed to be a chorus of expostulation or remonstrance, above which two powerful voices rang out loud and angry. As I listened, there was a momentary hush. 2 pistol shots sounded almost simultaneously, and with a crash the door burst open, and a pair of dark figures staggered out into the moonlight. They struggled for a moment in a deadly wrestle, and then went down together among the loose stones. I had sprung off my horse, and, with the help of half a dozen rough fellows from the bar, dragged them away from one another. A glance was sufficient to convince me that one of them was dying fast. He was a thick-set, burly fellow with a determined cast of countenance. The blood was welling from a deep stab in his throat, and it was evident that an important artery had been divided. I turned away from him in despair and walked over to where his antagonist was lying. He was shot through the lungs, but managed to raise himself up on his hand as I approached and peered anxiously up into my face. To my surprise, I saw before me the haggard features and flaxen hair of my prison acquaintance, Maloney. "Ah, doctor," he said, recognizing me. "How is he? Will he die?" He asked the question so earnestly that I imagined he had softened at the last moment and feared to leave the world with another homicide upon his conscience. Truth, however, compelled me to shake my head mournfully and to intimate that the wound would prove a mortal one. Maloney gave a wild cry of triumph which brought the blood welling out from between his lips. "Here, boys," he gasped to the little group around him. "There is money in my inside pocket. Damn the expense. Drinks round. There is nothing mean about me. I'd drink with you, but I am going. Give the doc my share, for he's as good." Here his head fell back with a thud. His eye glazed, and the soul of Wolfe Tone, Maloney, forger, convict, ranger, murderer, and government peach, drifted away into the great unknown. I cannot conclude without borrowing the account of the fatal quarrel which appeared in the column of the West Australian Sentinel. The curious will find it in the issue of October 4, 1881. Fatal affray. W.T. Maloney, a well-known citizen of New Montrose and proprietor of the Yellow Boy gambling saloon, has met with his death under rather painful circumstances. Mr. Maloney was a man who had led a checkered existence, and whose past history is replete with interest. Some of our readers may recall the Lena Valley murders, in which he figured as the principal criminal. It is conjectured that during the 7 months that he owned a bar in that region, from 20 to 30 travelers were hocussed and made away with. He succeeded, however, in evading the vigilance of the officers of the law and allied himself with the bushrangers of Blumensteig, whose heroic capture and subsequent execution are matters of history. Maloney extricated himself from the fate which awaited him by turning Queen's evidence. He afterward visited Europe, but returned to West Australia, where he has long played a prominent part in local matters. On Friday evening he encountered an old enemy, Thomas Grimthorpe, commonly known as Tattooed Tom of Hawkesbury. Shots were exchanged, and both were badly wounded, only surviving a few minutes. Mr. Maloney had the reputation of being not only the most wholesale murderer that ever lived, but also of having a finish and attention to detail in matters of evidence which has been unapproached by any European criminal. Sic transit gloria mundi. End of My Friend the Murderer by Arthur Conan Doyle. The Link by Jacques Futrelle. Really great criminals are never found out, for the simple reason that the greatest crimes, their crimes, are never discovered, remarked Professor Augustus S.F.X. van Dusen positively. There is genius in the perpetration of crime, Mr. Grayson, just as there must be in its detection, unless it is the shallow work of a bungler. In this latter case, there have been instances where even the police have uncovered the truth. But the expert criminal, the man of genius, the professional, I may say, regards as perfect only that crime which does not and cannot be made to appear a crime at all. Therefore, one that can never under any circumstances involve him or anyone else. The financier, J. Morgan Grayson, regarded this wizened little man of science, the thinking machine, thoughtfully through the smoke of his cigar. It is a strange psychological fact that the casual criminal glories in his crime beforehand. And from 1 to 10 minutes afterward, the thinking machine continued. For instance, the man who kills for revenge wants the world to know it is his work. But at the end of 10 minutes comes fear, and then, paradoxically enough, he will seek to hide his crime and protect himself. With fear comes panic, with panic irresponsibility. And then he makes the mistake. hews a pathway which the trained mind follows from motive to a prison cell. These are the men who are found out. But there are men of genius, Mr. Grayson, professionally engaged in crime. We never hear of them because they are never caught, and we never even suspect them because they make no mistake. Imagine the great brains of history turned to crime. Well, there are today brains as great as any of those of history. There is murder and theft and robbery under our noses that we never dream of. If I, for instance, should become an active criminal— He paused. Grandson, with a queer expression on his face, puffed steadily at his cigar. I could kill you now, here in this room, the thinking machine went on calmly, and no one would ever know, never even suspect. Why? Because I would make no mistake. It was not a boast as he said it. It was merely a statement of fact. Grayson appeared to be a little startled. Where there had been only impatient interest in his manner, there was now fascination. How would you kill me, for instance? He inquired curiously. With any one of a dozen poisons, with virulent germs, or even with a knife or revolver, replied the scientist placidly. You see, I know how to use poisons. I know how to inoculate with germs. I know how to produce a suicidal appearance perfectly with either a revolver or knife. And I never make mistakes, Mr. Grayson. In the sciences, we must be exact. Not approximately so, but absolutely so. We must know. It isn't like carpentry. A carpenter may make a trivial mistake in a joint, and it will not weaken his house. But if the scientist makes one mistake, the whole structure tumbles down. We must know. Knowledge is progress. We gain knowledge through observation and logic, inevitable logic, and logic tells us that 2 and 2 make 4, not sometimes, but all the time. Grayson flicked the ashes off his cigar thoughtfully, and little wrinkles appeared about his eyes as he stared into the drawn, inscrutable face of the scientist. The enormous straw-yellow head was cushioned against the chair, the squinting, watery blue eyes turned upward, and the slender white fingers at rest tip to tip. The financier drew a long breath. I have been informed that you are a remarkable man, he said at last slowly. I believe it. Quentin Fraser, the banker, who gave me the letter of introduction to you, told me how you once solved a remarkable mystery in which— Yes, interrupted the scientist shortly. The Ralston Bank burglary, I remember. So I came to you to enlist your aid in something which is more inexplicable than that, Grayson went on hesitatingly. I know that no fee I might offer would influence you. Yet it is a case which— State it, interrupted the thinking machine again. It isn't a crime, that is, a crime that can be reached by law, Grayson hurried on. But it has cost me millions, and— For one instant the thinking machine lowered his squint eyes to those of his visitor, then raised them again. Millions, he repeated. How many? 6, 8, perhaps 10, was the reply. Briefly, there is a leak in my office. My plans become known to others almost by the time I have perfected them. My plans are large. I have millions at stake, and the greatest secrecy is absolutely essential. For years I have been able to preserve this secrecy. But half a dozen times in the last 8 weeks, my plans have become known, and I have been caught. Unless you know the street, you can't imagine what a tremendous disadvantage it is to have someone know your next move to the minutest detail, and, knowing it, defeat you at every turn. No, I don't know your world of finance, Mr. Grayson, remarked the thinking machine. Give me an instance. Well, take this last case, said the financier earnestly. Briefly, without technicalities, I had planned to unload the securities of the P-Q&X Railway, protecting myself through brokers, and force the outstanding stock down to a price where other brokers, acting for me, could buy far below the actual value. In this way, I intended to get complete control of the stock, but my plans became known, and when I began to unload, everything was snapped up by the opposition, with the result that, Instead of gaining control of the road, I lost heavily. The same thing has happened with variations half a dozen times. I presume that is strictly honest? Inquired the scientist mildly. Honest, repeated Grayson. Certainly, of course. I shall not pretend to understand all that, said the thinking machine curtly. It doesn't seem to matter anyway. You want to know where the leak is that right? Precisely. Well, who is in your confidence? No one, except my stenographer. Who is he, please? It's a woman, Miss Evelyn Winthrop. She has been in my employ for 6 years in the same capacity. More than 5 years before this leak appeared, I trust her absolutely. No man knows your business. No, replied the financier grimly. I learned years ago that no one could keep my secrets as well as I do. There are too many temptations. Therefore, I never mention my plans to anyone, never to anyone, except your stenographer, corrected the scientist. I work for days, weeks, sometimes months, perfecting plans, and it's all in my head, not on paper, not a scratch of it, explained Grayson. When I say that she is in my confidence, I mean that she knows my plans only half an hour or less before the machinery is put into motion. For instance, I planned this P, Q, and X deal. My brokers didn't know of it. Miss Winthrop never heard of it until 20 minutes before the stock exchange opened for business. Then I dictated to her, as I always do, some short letters of instructions to my agents. That is all she knew of it. You outlined the plan in those letters. No, they merely told my brokers what to do. But a shrewd person knowing the contents of all those letters could have learned what you intended to do. Yes, but no one person knew the contents of all the letters. No one broker knew what was in the other letters. Miss Winthrop and I were the only two human beings who knew all that was in them. The thinking machine sat silent for so long that Grayson began to fidget in his chair. Who was in the room besides you and Miss Winthrop before the letters were sent? He asked at last. No one, responded Grayson emphatically. For an hour before I dictated those letters, until at least an hour afterward, after my plans had gone to smash, no one entered that room. Only she and I worked there. But when she finished the letters, she went out, insisted the thinking machine. No, declared the financier. She didn't even leave her desk, or perhaps sent something out, carbon copies of the letters. Number, or called up a friend on the telephone, continued the thinking machine quietly. Nor that, retorted Grayson, or signaled to someone through the window. No, said the financier again. She finished the letters, then remained quietly at her desk, reading a book. She hardly moved for 2 hours. The thinking machine lowered his eyes and glared straight into those of the financier. Someone listened at the window, he went on after a moment. Number, it is 16 stories up, fronting the street, and there is no fire escape, or the door. If you knew the arrangement of my offices, you would see how utterly impossible that would be, because— Nothing is impossible, Mr. Grayson, snapped the scientist abruptly. It might be improbable, but not impossible. Don't say that. It annoys me exceedingly. He was silent for a moment. Grayson stared at him blankly. Did either you or she answer a call on the phone? No one called. We called no one. Any apertures, holes, or cracks in your flooring or walls or ceilings? Demanded the scientist. Private detectives whom I had employed looked for such an opening, and there was none, replied Grayson. Again, the thinking machine was silent for a long time. Grayson lighted a fresh cigar and settled back in his chair patiently. Faint cobwebby lines began to appear on the dome like brow of the scientist, and slowly the squint eyes were narrowing. The letters you wrote were intercepted, he suggested at last. No, exclaimed Grayson flatly. Those letters were sent direct to the brokers by a dozen different methods, and every one of them had been delivered by 5 minutes of 10 o'clock, when change begins business. The last one left me at 10 minutes of 10. Dear me, dear me. The thinking machine rose and paced the length of the room. You don't give me credit for the extraordinary precautions I have taken. particularly in this last PQ&X deal," Grayson continued. "I left positively nothing undone to ensure absolute secrecy. And Miss Winthrop, I know, is innocent of any connection with the affair. The private detective suspected her at first, as you do, and she was watched in and out of my office for weeks. When she was not under my eyes, she was under the eyes of men to whom I had promised an extravagant sum of money if they found the leak. She didn't know it then, and doesn't know it now. I am heartily ashamed of it all because the investigation proved her absolute loyalty to me. On this last day she was directly under my eyes for 2 hours, and she didn't make one movement that I didn't note, because the thing meant millions to me. That proved beyond all question that it was no fault of hers. What could I do?" The thinking machine didn't say. He paused at a window and for minute after minute stood motionless there, with eyes narrowed to mere slits. "I was on the point of discharging Miss Winthrop," the financier went on, "but her innocence was so thoroughly proved to me by this last affair that it would have been unjust, and so—" Suddenly the scientist turned upon his visitor. "Do you talk in your sleep?" he demanded. "No," was the prompt reply. "I had thought of that too. It is beyond all ordinary things, Professor, yet there is a leak that is costing me millions. It comes down to this, Mr. Grayson," the thinking machine informed him crabbedly. "If only you and Miss Winthrop knew those plans and no one else, and they did leak, and were not deduced from other things, then either you or she permitted them to leak, intentionally or unintentionally. That is as pure logic as 2 and 2 make 4. There is no need to argue it." "Well, of course I didn't," said Grayson. "Then Miss Winthrop did," declared the thinking machine finally, positively, "unless we credit the opposition, as you call it, with telepathic gifts hitherto unheard of. By the way, you have referred to the other side only as the opposition. Do the same men, the same clique, appear against you all the time? Or is it only one man?" "It's a clique," explained the financier, "with millions back of it, headed by Ralph Matthews, a young man to whom I give credit for being the prime factor against me." His lips were set sternly. "Why?" demanded the scientist. "Because every time he sees me he grins," was the reply. Grayson seemed suddenly discomfited. The thinking machine went to a desk, addressed an envelope, folded a sheet of paper, placed it inside, then sealed it. At length he turned back to his visitor. "Is Miss Winthrop at your office now?" "Yes." "Let us go there, then." A few minutes later, the eminent financier ushered the eminent scientist into his private office on the street. The only person there was a young woman, a woman of 26 or 7 perhaps, who turned, saw Grayson, and resumed reading. The financier motioned to a seat. Instead of sitting, however, the thinking machine went straight to Miss Winthrop and extended a sealed envelope to her. "Mr. Ralph Matthews asked me to hand you this," he said. The young woman glanced up into his face frankly, yet with a certain timidity, took the envelope and turned it curiously in her hand. "Mr. Ralph Matthews?" she repeated, as if the name was a strange one. "I don't think I know him." The thinking machine stood staring at her aggressively as she opened the envelope and drew out the sheet of paper. There was no expression save surprise, bewilderment, rather to be read on her face. "Why, it's a blank sheet," she remarked, puzzled. The scientist turned suddenly toward Grayson, who had witnessed the incident with frank astonishment in his eyes. "Your telephone a moment, please," he requested. "Certainly, here," replied Grayson. "This will do," remarked the scientist. He leaned forward over the desk where Miss Winthrop sat, still gazing at him in a sort of bewilderment, picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. A few moments later, he was talking to Hutchinson Hatch, reporter. "I merely wanted to ask you to meet me at my apartment in an hour," said the scientist. "It is very important." That was all. He hung up the receiver, paused for a moment to admire an exquisitely wrought silver box, a vanity box, on Miss Winthrop's desk. Beside the telephone, then took a seat beside Grayson and began to discourse almost pleasantly upon the prevailing meteorological conditions. Grayson merely stared. Miss Winthrop continued her reading. Professor Augustus S. F. X. Van Dusen, distinguished scientist, and Hutchinson Hatch, newspaper reporter, were poking round among the chimney pots and other obstructions on the roof of a skyscraper. Far below them, the slumber-enshrouded city was spread out like a panorama, streets dotted brilliantly with lights, and roofs hazily visible through mists of night. Above, the infinite blackness hung like a veil, with star points breaking through here and there. "Here are the wires," Hatch said at last, and he stooped. The thinking machine knelt on the roof beside him, and for several minutes they remained thus in the darkness, with only the glow of a flashlight to indicate their presence. Finally, the thinking machine rose. "That's the wire you want, Mr. Hatch," he said. "I'll leave the rest of it to you." "Are you sure?" asked the reporter. "I am always sure," was the tart response. Hatch opened a small hand satchel and removed several queerly wrought tools. These he spread on the roof beside him. Then, kneeling again, began his work. For half an hour he labored in the gloom with only the flashlight to aid him, and then he rose. "It's all right," he said. The thinking machine examined the work that had been done, grunted his satisfaction, and together they went to the skylight, leaving a thin insulated wire behind them, stringing along to mark their path. They passed down through the roof and into the darkness of the hall of the upper story. Here the light was extinguished. From far below came the faint echo of a man's footsteps as the watchman passed through the silent, deserted building. "Be careful," warned the thinking machine. They went along the hall to a room in the rear, and still the wire trailed behind. At the last door, they stopped. The thinking machine fumbled with some keys, then opened the way. Here an electric light was on. The room was bare of furniture, the only sign of recent occupancy being a telephone instrument on the wall. Here the thinking machine stopped and stared at the spool of wire which he had permitted to wind off as he walked, and his thin face expressed doubt. "It wouldn't be safe," he said at last, "to leave the wire exposed as we have left it. True, this floor is not occupied, but someone might pass this way and disturb it. You take the spool, go back to the roof, winding the wire as you go, then swing the spool down to me over the side of the building so that I can bring it in through the window. That will be best. I will catch it here, and thus there will be nothing to indicate any connection." Hatch went out quietly and closed the door. Twice the following day, the thinking machine spoke to the financier over the telephone. Grayson was in his private office, Miss Winthrop at her desk. When the first call came, "Be careful in answering my questions," warned the thinking machine when Grayson answered. "Do you know how long Miss Winthrop has owned the little silver box which is now on her desk near the telephone?" Grayson glanced round involuntarily to where the girl sat idly turning over the leaves of her book. "Yes," he answered, "for 7 months. I gave it to her last Christmas." "Ah!" exclaimed the scientist. "That simplifies matters. Where did you buy it?" Grayson mentioned the name of a well-known jeweler. Considerably later in the day, the thinking machine called Grayson to the telephone again. "What native typewriter does she use?" came the querulous voice over the wire. Grayson named it while Grayson sat with deeply perplexed lines in his face. The diminutive scientist called upon Hutchinson Hatch at his office. "Do you use a typewriter?" demanded the thinking machine. "Yes." "What kind?" "Oh, 4 or 5 kinds. We have half a dozen different makes in the office." They passed along through the city room, at that moment practically deserted, until finally the watery blue eyes settled upon a typewriter with the name emblazoned on the front. "That's it," exclaimed the thinking machine. "Write something on it," he directed Hatch. Hatch drew up a chair and rolled off several lines of the immortal practice sentence beginning, "Now is the time for all good men." The thinking machine sat beside him, squinting across the room in deep abstraction and listening intently. His head was turned away from the reporter, but his ear was within a few inches of the machine. For half a minute he sat there listening, then shook his head. "Strike your vowels," he commanded, first slowly, then rapidly. Again Hatch obeyed, while the scientist listened. And again he shook his head. Then, in turn, every make of machine in the office was tested the same way. At the end, the thinking machine rose and went his way. There was an expression nearly approaching complete bewilderment on his face. For hour after hour that night, the thinking machine half lay in a huge chair in his laboratory, with eyes turned uncompromisingly upward, and an expression of complete concentration on his face. There was no change, either in his position or his gaze, as minute succeeded minute. The brow was deeply wrinkled now, and the thin line of the lips was drawn taut. The tiny clock in the reception room struck 10, 11, 12, and finally 1. At just 1:30, the thinking machine rose suddenly. "Positively, I am getting stupid," he grumbled half aloud. Of course. Why couldn't I have thought of that in the first place?" So it came about that Grayson did not go to his office on the following morning at the usual time. Instead, he called again upon the thinking machine in eager, expectant response to a note which had reached him at his home just before he started to his office. "Nothing yet," said the thinking machine as the financier entered. "But here is something you must do today at 1 o'clock, the scientist went on. "You must issue orders for a gigantic deal of some sort. And you must issue them precisely as you have issued them in the past. There must be no variation. Dictate the letters as you have always done to Miss Winthrop, but don't send them. When they come to you, keep them until you see mean." "You mean that the deal must be purely imaginative?" inquired the financier. "Precisely," was the reply. "But make your instructions circumstantial, give them enough detail to make them absolutely logical and convincing." Grayson asked a dozen questions, answers to which were curtly denied, then went to his office. The thinking machine again called Hatch on the telephone. "I've got it," he announced briefly. "I want the best telegraph operator you know. Bring him along and meet me in the room on the top floor, where the telephone is at precisely 15 minutes before 1 o'clock today." "Telegraph operator," Hatch repeated. "That's what I said, telegraph operator," replied the scientist irritably. "Goodbye." Hatch smiled whimsically at the other end as he heard the receiver banged on the hook. Smiled because he knew the eccentric ways of this singular man, whose mind so accurately illuminated every problem to which it was directed. Then he went out to the telegraph room and borrowed the principal operator. They were in the little room on the top floor at precisely 15 minutes of 1. The operator glanced about in astonishment. The room was still unfurnished, save for the telephone box on the wall. "What do I do?" he asked. "The thinking machine." "I'll tell you when the time comes," responded the scientist as he glanced at his watch. At 3 minutes of 1 o'clock, he handed a sheet of blank paper to the operator and gave him final instructions. There was ludicrous mystification on the operator's face, but he obeyed orders, grinning cheerfully at Hatch as he tilted his cigar up to keep the smoke out of his eyes. The thinking machine stood impatiently looking on, watch in hand. Hatch didn't know what was happening, but he was interested. At last the operator heard something. His face became suddenly alert. He continued to listen for a moment, and then came a smile of recognition. Less than 10 minutes after Miss Winthrop had handed over the typewritten letters of instruction to Grayson for signature, and while he still sat turning them over in his hands, the door opened and the thinking machine entered. He tossed a folded sheet of paper on the desk before Grayson and went straight to Miss Winthrop. "So you did know Mr. Ralph Matthews after all?" he inquired. The girl rose from her desk, and a flash of some subtle emotion passed over her face. "What do you mean, sir?" she demanded. "You might as well remove the silver box," the thinking machine went on mercilessly. "There is no further need of the connection. Miss Winthrop glanced down at the telephone extension on her desk, and her hand darted toward it. The silver vanity box was directly under the receiver supporting it, so that all weight was removed from the hook and the line was open. She snatched the box, and the receiver dropped back on the hook. The thinking machine turned to Grayson. "It was Miss Winthrop," he said. "Miss Winthrop," exclaimed Grayson. "I can't believe it." "Read the paper I gave you, Mr. Grayson," directed the thinking machine coldly. "Perhaps that will enlighten her." The financier opened the sheet, which had remained folded in his hand, and glanced at what was written there. Slowly he read it aloud. "Peabody, sell 10,000 shares L and W at 97. McCracken Company, sell 10,000 shares L and W at 97. He read on down the list bewildered, then gradually, as he realized the import of what he read, there came a hardening of the lines about his mouth. "I understand, Miss Winthrop," he said at last. "This is the substance of the orders I dictated, and in some way you made them known to persons for whom they were not intended. I don't know how you did it, of course, but I understand that you did do it so." He stepped to the door and opened it with grave courtesy. "You may go now." Miss Winthrop made no plea, merely bowed and went out. Grayson stood staring after her for a moment, then turned to the thinking machine and motioned him to a chair. "What happened?" he asked briskly. "Miss Winthrop is a tremendously clever woman," replied the thinking machine. "She neglected to tell you, however, that besides being a stenographer and typist, she is also a telegraph operator. She is so expert in each of her lines that she combined the two, if I may say it that way. In other words, in writing on the typewriter, she was clever enough to be able to give the click of the machine the patterns in the Morse telegraphic code, so that another telegraph operator at the other end of the phone could hear her machine and translate the clicks into words." Grayson sat staring at him incredulously. "I still don't understand," he said finally. The thinking machine rose and went to Miss Winthrop's desk. "Here is an extension telephone with the receiver on the hook. It happens that the little silver box which you gave Miss Winthrop is just tall enough to lift this receiver clear of the hook, and the minute the receiver is off the hook, the line is open. When you were at your desk and she was here, you couldn't see this telephone. Therefore, it was a simple matter for her to lift the receiver and place the silver box underneath, thus holding the line open permanently. That being true, the sound of the typewriter, the striking of the keys, would go over the open wire to whoever was listening at the other end. Then, if the striking of the keys typed out your letters and, by their frequency and pauses simultaneously, tapped out telegraphic code. An outside operator could read your letters at the same moment they were being written. That is all. It required extreme concentration on Miss Winthrop's part to type accurately in Morse rhythms. "Oh, I see," exclaimed Grayson. "When I knew that the leak in your office was not in the usual way," continued the thinking machine, "I looked for the unusual. There is nothing very mysterious about it now. It was merely clever." "Clever," repeated Grayson, and his jaws snapped. "It is more than that. Why, it's criminal. She should be prosecuted." "I shouldn't advise that, Mr. Grayson," returned the scientist coldly. "If it is honest, merely business to juggle stocks as you told me you did, this is no more dishonest. And besides, remember that Miss Winthrop is backed by the people who have made millions out of you and, well, I wouldn't prosecute. It is betrayal of trust, certainly, but—" He rose, as if that were all, and started toward the door. "I would advise you, however, to discharge the person who operates your switchboard." "Was she in the scheme too?" demanded Grayson. He rushed out of the private office into the main office. At the door he met a clerk coming in. "Where is Miss Mitchell?" demanded the financier hotly. I was just coming to tell you that she went out with Miss Winthrop just now without giving any explanation, replied the clerk. Good day, Mr. Grayson, said the thinking machine. The financier nodded his thanks, then stalked back into his room. In the course of time, the thinking machine received a check for $10,000, signed J. Morgan Grayson. He glared at it for a little while, then endorsed it in a crabbed hand. Pay to the trustee's home for crippled children, and sent Martha, his housekeeper, out to mail it. End of the Leak by Jacques Futrelle.
The Primus Curse by Bill Wesley. Planet Stories, May 1954.
That the psychology boys had been right again annoyed the veteran captain. He'd felt like a mechanical man all the time. Never would have believed he could send men to their death like that. And the ship, he might have lost everything. Well, Skipper, we'll be in Mercury's comm zone in 10 hours, plus or minus a half. Captain Evan Grimes eyed his chief engineer sternly. How'd you know I wouldn't have the recorder turned on, Manson? That could have cost you a week's pay. Sorry, sir. Bill Manson saluted, still smiling. I don't mean the salutation, you bonehead. It's been 5 years since the service banned the name Mercury for Primus, and I've heard it used at least 3 times on this trip. I'll make out a voluntary on it. Forget it. I don't like those spying recorders any more than you do, but I don't like to see a man throwing his money away either, especially when he's on a job where he'll probably earn every dollar of it. Manson pulled a fade-away chair from its wall socket and pressed the green button. He waited 2 seconds for the cushion to inflate, then relaxed in it. So you really think it's going to be rough, he said casually. Grimes swung his chair 90 degrees and studied the planet Primus, looming ever larger on the television screen. There were small breaks in the cloud formations, but it was still too early to glimpse any of the compact little cities. We aren't the first group to tackle this mystery, you know, and we'd be hard put to prove we were the best, from what I've read of the reports. The engineer scratched his carefully trimmed beard and didn't appear at all worried. If you'd like to know how I feel about it, he grinned, my wedding date's already set for next June. The captain had to smile. I attribute your optimism to your inexperience, he said. Even assuming that we escape with our necks, what makes you think we'll have it cleared up before June? I've got a reputation for doing things the cautious way, you know. Manson shrugged. I've heard of that code they drum into you at Space Academy. Your ship is your life. Every speck of meteoric dust that sticks to its hide is your responsibility. And right along with the ship comes the crew. Each member a $10 million investment. Not one hair of his head to be risked unnecessarily. You are a little inaccurate in the phraseology, but go on. What are you driving at? Nothing special. That's all fine and dandy for escorting bug hunters around Mars. But this is a combat mission, first one in 100 years. Not a man in the service has ever been on a combat mission. I'd give plenty to hear what's on the tape this time. What makes you think there is a tape? Manson pushed the red button on the chair and let it slide out from under him, deflating itself with a swoosh. There is always a tape. This one should be a Lulu. I won't be surprised to see you storm out of here in about 9 hours with blood in your eye and X-pistols hanging on both hips. And I won't be surprised to see you flying out of here head first in about 2 seconds, Grimes shouted. I'll accept your maximum estimate of 10.5 hours. That'll be soon enough to establish contact. Now get out. Manson paused in the doorway. It's just 1:40 he said. Shall I write in the journal that the engineer was commended for the fast trip? We aren't in yet. All I said was, get out. The engineer scurried to the door, leaving behind a more pleased commander than he had been given reason to suspect. 140 days to Primus. The boy had a right to gloat, Grimes thought. If it wasn't a top-secret mission, the trip would go into the record book. He slid his desk into its wall socket and opened a camouflaged compartment alongside it by playing a complex tattoo with his fingers on the unmarked surface. He drew out a reel of plastic tape and a sealed envelope, then pushed the door gently, listening for the faint sound of the tumblers falling into place, locking it. He switched off the main light, leaving only a pale blue ceiling glow, and retired to his sleeping quarters. No hurry on the tape. He was glad of that. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Plenty of time for a shower and a movie. Then the service could have his subconscious. At least they spared him those long-winded tapes he had heard about. A restless man sometimes had to take a sleeping pill to give the tape time to play itself out. Grimes had been around too long to let it bother him that much, but he always felt a certain resentment when they handed him one of their psychological gimmicks. What the devil could be on this one? The orders were the clearest he had ever received. Drastic, all right, but no room for misinterpretation. Here he was number 3, commander in the service, and they didn't trust him to come in out of the rain. Maybe Manson was trying to drop a hint, didn't think he was capable of leading a combat mission. Maybe the whole crew was uneasy. A hard smile forced itself across his face. They'd know in the next 15 or 20 hours who their leader was. It was just 1:46 when Grimes switched off his microfilm projector and returned the movie canister to his library. "Okay, big shots. One of your little toy soldiers is ready for the psych treatment," he thought sourly as he dropped the plastic tape onto the player and positioned the governor electrodes over his bed. "I'd like to have the guy by the throat who invented this gadget," he muttered. The tape only played when the electrodes picked up radiation from the brain, telling that the subject was asleep. Then, the information became a part of his subconscious only. If he awoke, the player simply stopped until he went back to sleep. The results were frequently amazing. Blundering old space veterans had been converted overnight into smooth diplomats for negotiating with the sensitive Venusians. Timid souls had been fired up to brave the risks of delicate landings on tiny asteroids. And now it was his turn. What kind of pep talk did the psychology brain trust think he needed? Afraid he'd make a fool of himself in front of his crew. He switched on the player savagely and set the volume level to suit a light sleeper. Then he slid open the envelope and read the few imprinted lines. Captain Grimes. Spacey Shegzip Vulcan, Rogue, Primus Weight of Borders established communications with Primicities, Amphil a stable datum cause of deaths of previous, explorers investigate exhaustively. Truthlessly complete. Explanation a beastly imperative your success. May force a dictionary force United Nations Service. Headquarters, Pennsylvania. Rossi pushed the cold-blooded message through a discard slot and turned down the bedclothes. He hopped between the sheets and took a deep breath. Modern science was wonderful, he mused, but it hadn't yet found a substitute for a pair of clean sheets. Exactly 7 hours later, Captain Grimes stepped into the pilot's room and nodded seriously at the men gathered about the radio receiver. Aside from the operator, there was Dr. Keith Johnson, the chief medical officer, Kai Ling, the soft-spoken pilot, and engineer Bill Manson. "We're still dark, sir," the radio operator explained. "Just listening to land transmissions." Grimes noted the red light in the center of the ceiling, indicating that the service recorder was operating. "What's the time to go?" he asked Manson. "Half hour, sir," the engineer said, glancing at the radar scope for verification. "Cruise between Nephili and Estival at 100,000, Grimes told the pilot. The man was still wearing part of his traditional garments and part of his service uniform. Grimes made signs at him, at the same time pointing to the red light. The pilot grinned broadly and began to shed the oriental half of his garb on the spot. "All right, Johnny," Grimes addressed the radio operator. "I want to talk with the mayor of Estival, and I don't want to be bypassed by any Army or Air Force official or anybody else." The boy's fingers flew over his controls, and in a matter of seconds he had the Estival telephone exchange. The first operator spoke no Turanian languages at all. The second one could only speak French and German. Then the chief operator took over and filled the room with the peculiar sing-song quality of a pre-man speaking English. Grimes reminded himself that the Primans had done a miraculous job in learning any Turanian tongues at all, considering the terrific strain under which the teaching had taken place. They had been taught from the air by Dr. Alan Russell, after the first Turanian exploration had ended in 100% fatalities. Then the famous doctor himself had landed and had never made it back to his ship. That had set off the clamor at home for direct action against the dark-skinned people of Primus. Mobs had actually stormed the UN building in Paris demanding blood. Grimes aroused himself with a contemptuous shrug. Blood. The imbeciles. Most of them didn't know enough about Primans to know if they even had any blood. Yet they were sure it was a case of wholesale murder. The Primans didn't want anybody to get their precious uranium ore. That was the popular belief. And he had to risk the lives of the best space crew ever assembled to satisfy their impatience, or the UN would be forced into a full-scale attack. "Here is the mayor of Estable, sir," the radio operator said. Grimes took a handset. "Captain Grimes. Spaceship Vulcan, Mr." He waited for the acknowledgement. The mayor's voice was high-pitched and unsteady, but his command of English was more than satisfactory. "Mr. of Estable," he said. "Greetings. Captain Grimes, will you land?" "Will not land at once. Our mission may be the last peaceful one to visit Primus. If the mystery of the Turanians' deaths is not solved." "I understand you very well, Captain." "You may speak more readily with me. What can I do to help you?" Grimes relaxed and winked encouragingly at the doctor and Manson, then turned his attention back to the radio. "We want a complete explanation of the cause of death of all Turanians who have landed on Primus. Have you performed autopsies on any of the bodies?" "We are not equipped to operate as you are, Captain. We have almost no medical science on Primus. We are doing what we can, but so far we have discovered nothing. My orders are to exploit every possibility. After us will come only a task force, Mayor of Estable." The mayor's voice carried a certain anxiety in spite of its sing-song quality. "Of course we will try to defend ourselves, but it would be hopeless. Our civilization is much further advanced than yours in many ways. But we have none of your weapons of war. We wouldn't even know how to take care of our wounded. My service knows that, mister. But we can't reason with a mob, and that's what we have against us at home. I have expert medical personnel with me and a completely equipped laboratory. We intend to experiment extensively both on your people and on our own. I am authorized to demand your full cooperation. Cooperation is freely offered, Captain, but coercion is unknown on Primus. I cannot make personal bargains for the citizens of Estable." "You won't need to. We'll make our own bargains, and at the end of an X-gun if necessary. What have you done since the last expedition was here?" "We have given the lie detector test to every pre-man over the age of 20. That is, approximately 5 of your years, and no one has any knowledge of the Turanians' deaths. There is nothing toxic on Primus. We have not had a disease or an infection within the memory of any of our people. We don't know what else to do. All right, I believe you, but that won't slow us down a bit. Now listen to our plan. We are going to land one man at a time and have him report back to the ship at short intervals. Under no circumstances must any Priman come near this man or pay any attention to him. Is that clear?" "That is clear, Captain. But I cannot accept your proposals in the form of ultimata. The people of Primus." Captain Grimes' voice hardened. "You'll do exactly as I tell you, or there won't be an Estable much longer. Is that understood?" The reply was slow in coming. "I understand, Captain." "I will have the information broadcast immediately. I suggest you give me at least 1 of your hours. Make it 2. Thanks for your cooperation, mister. Goodbye." Grimes tossed the handset to the radio operator. "Send a recording of that conversation to the mayor of Nephili," he said. The boy nodded and began calling the Nephili exchange. Grimes turned to Dr. Johnson. "I want a man for a dangerous job that will require mental alertness at all times. Who would you recommend?" Manson spoke up before the doctor could make up his mind. "Myself, sir," he said. Grimes dismissed the engineer without even looking at him. "Need you here, Manson? How about Fuqua?" he asked the doctor. "I would suggest Lerner, your assistant astronavigator. He's the healthiest specimen aboard and genuinely courageous, I am quite certain. Call Lerner on the intercom, Johnny," Grimes told the radio operator. Then to Bill Manson he said, "Get a Mars kit ready for him, and then have one television camera equipped with a long buoy. I want to be able to watch every step Lerner takes, just as if I were alongside him." He then strode rapidly to the pilot's desk and called Kai Ling to a window. Somewhere in the back of his brain something was worrying him. All along he had pictured himself leading a half-dozen of his crew in a sort of battle formation from one sector of the city to the next, alert to catch a Primus sniper or uncover a booby trap. Now here he was making plans to send one man out alone, probably to certain death. What did he expect to gain from that? Was he softening under pressure, or was he really applying reason as he tried to convince himself? "I want you to hover 10 feet above that end of the airstrip," he told the pilot, pointing. "We'll drop Lerner from that height, but don't go down until I tell you." When he returned to the doctor's side, the two of them were temporarily alone. Grimes sat down heavily and leaned toward the doctor. "This is a ticklish situation, Doc. I've got a wonderful bunch of kids on this ship, but not many mature level heads. I'm not sure they'll see eye to eye with my tactics." Dr. Johnson studied him for a moment. "That's always important with you, isn't it?" Grimes half evaded the older man's eyes. "It always has been in the past, but something's different this time. I think that damn tape must have done something to me. The only thing I seem to think about now is results. To be frank, Doc, I'm a lot more worried about how we're going to get to the bottom of this business than I am about how many men we'll lose in the process." "And that doesn't sound like the Grimes I used to be at all. You've never had a job like this one. You don't know yet how you'll react to the developments." Grimes snorted. "Don't worry, I'll react effectively, all right. The psychology boys took care of that. Navigator Lerner, sir." Grimes returned the salute and looked the boy over quickly. Not more than 23, tall, not the least muscular, and not the least worried, if the eyes told anything. "This is big stuff, Lerner," Grimes said seriously. "That's why I didn't ask for a volunteer. I have to have the best man whether he's eager or not. You'll take a radio and a direct view explosive pistol. You'll start toward the city from where we drop you and do nothing but observe until you receive an order from me. If anything happens to your radio reception, you'll return to the ship immediately. Any questions so far?" "No, sir." Grimes studied the confident features, almost enviously. "Keep your eyes and ears open and report anything that interests you immediately. We'll follow you on television and try to anticipate your needs." He had to bite his lip to continue the instructions. "Be sure to let us know instantly if you feel any of the usual symptoms." Lerner's eyes remained steady as he nodded. A few minutes later, he dropped lightly to the surface of the planet and waited for his first instructions. "Stay on the hard surface of the airstrip," Grimes ordered. "Don't kick up any dust as you walk. Don't touch anything with your exposed skin." The navigator started toward the buildings at the far end of the airstrip. He wore a light linen suit that looked more like an 18th century Houris costume than anything an interplanetary explorer might wear. It was belted around the waist and again at the ankles, and thin enough to reveal the athletic supporter which was his only undergarment. He carried the receiver transmitter over one shoulder and held the X-pistol, with its brightly focused target scope ready in his hand. He had slid some uneasy pills from a Mars kit under the strap of his wristwatch. They were a great help in combating nausea during the first few hours on the light planet. The UN labs were working on a special kit for use on Primus. But in the meantime, the Mars kit seemed to be a satisfactory substitute. The reduced gravitational pull of the smaller planets worked strange tricks on a man's insides, and most explorers resorted freely to the pills which they had nicknamed Uneasy. There is a vegetable growth of some kind in the cracks along the airstrip here. Lerner's voice came steadily over the loudspeaker. Don't touch it with your bare skin, Grimes said quickly. They probably haven't used the airstrip since the last expedition from Terra. Is there any odor rising from it? He watched the young navigator dip into a semi-crouch. Nothing that I can detect, sir. All right, go on. Go inside the UN building and see if it's empty. If there's anybody there, come out immediately. Keep talking all the time you're inside. I want a word picture of everything you see. As Lerner approached the buildings about a half-mile away, Grimes switched from a direct view to the television screen that maintained a life-size close-up. He felt a momentary urge to organize a small force and lead it up to the navigator's position. What kept him back? That was the way he had planned it before the tape had gone to work on him. What were Manson and the others thinking now? The photoelectric cell is still operating the door, Lerner said. I don't see anybody around. The television camera still showed the front of the building. There was no window through which it could scan the inside. Look around carefully and don't move until you are sure of yourself, Grimes ordered. According to the reports, you should be in a lobby surrounded by glass-walled offices. Is that the picture? That is correct, sir. I don't see any signs of anybody. Wait. The voice stopped for a minute. Captain Grimes leaned forward tensely. Then Lerner began to speak again, hesitantly. I see a costume hanging in one of the offices. There might be somebody there, probably just wearing shorts or something. I don't feel so good. Get out of there quick, Grimes shouted. Yes, sir, came the reply weakly. There is someone here. He sees me, but I don't know if he's coming down. Yes, I guess he is. He's only wearing shorts. What did you say, Captain? I said, get out of there. Get out of there at once. Lerner, I can't make you out, sir. My head hurts. I am coming out. I feel sick at my stomach. The voice trailed off, and after a moment Lerner stumbled into the field of the television camera and stood unsteadily before the big Conan building. Then his scream of pain came vibrating from the speaker. Captain Grimes! Larson! Somebody! Stop it, for God's sake, shoot! He pointed his pistol excitedly in all directions, firing wildly with the high-explosive bullets. Grimes turned from the television screen to the window, grabbing a pair of binoculars. All he could see was the staggering figure of the navigator, stabbing the space around him with his pistol and screaming over the radio. Stop it, Lerner, stop. That firing and screaming. There is nothing bothering you. Get back here immediately on the double. Even as he shouted the futile orders, Grimes saw the boy slump to the ground, writhing and clutching at his insides. In 5 seconds it was all over. The brutal telescopic lens of the television camera showed the blood spilling from his open mouth. There was no other motion. Then the camera picked up the figure of the Pryman as he popped into view from inside the building. There was a moment of shocked silence inside the spaceship. Then 3 things happened at once. Somebody snarled, "Get that racked!" There was a flash from a high-powered rifle and the resultant explosion of the bullet against the front of the UN building, too high to do any damage. There was the leap of the startled Pryman backward through the door. Grimes jumped to the communication panel and grabbed a handset. Stop that firing. Fall in for inspection of firearms immediately. Lieutenant Ramsey. Conduct the inspection. Place the man who fired that round in confinement. Lieutenant Fuqua. Position your gunners and give orders to fire only at my command. He threw the handset back in its place and then grabbed it again immediately. Start scanning the area with the television camera. Get off that body. There's nothing new there. The mayor's on again. The radio operator broke in. Grimes switched handsets and growled his greeting. "Captain Grimes?" the undulating voice said excitedly. "I have just received a call from the airfield. It seems that one of our citizens was fired upon. We cannot allow that kind. You will allow anything that you can't help. One of my men is dead. I can't allow that either. But what can I do about it?" He caught the anxious expression on Dr. Johnson's face and calmed down somewhat. "I am sorry, mister, about the firing. The man is being punished. What did your citizen report? Did he do anything?" "He did nothing. The Turanian entered the building without first reporting to the sanitation chambers. We will resist this sort of thing to our utmost, Captain." "All right, you've said that before. I've got nothing against you, mister. At least, nothing that I can prove. But if I don't get to the bottom of this trouble, you'll soon find yourself putting up the most futile resistance in solar history. Now listen to me. Get everybody out of the UN building. What we're looking for must be right there. That may not be the only place, but it'll do for a starter. I will have the building vacated, Captain. Will you please observe the sanitation procedure? We must not have any germ diseases transmitted on Primus. If we pollute you, we'll cure you. Quit worrying about it. Do as I tell you." There was no reply. The transmission went dead. Grimes watched the television screen, which again showed the UN building. After a while, 3 Primans scurried through the door and ran toward the city, not even glancing at the crumpled figure of the navigator. Grimes turned to Dr. Johnson, about to suggest that he name another man for the outside job when he noticed Bill Manson calmly adjusting the receiver transmitter over his shoulder. He had already selected several items from the Mars kit spread out on the floor and had slipped them into a plastic case strapped above one knee. "All right, Manson, you win," Grimes said gratefully. "But take it easy, there is no hurry. Examine everything inside that lobby before you take 2 steps away from the door. Better yet, stay outside for a while. He might have picked up some poison before he went in." "I'll do my best, Captain. Don't worry. I'll be back. Remember, I am the boy who's getting married next June." The captain said nothing. He felt he was hitting a new low now, sending Manson out. Still, it was the only sensible thing to do. What good would it do for him to be out there convulsing on the ground? Who could take over and run the ship any better if he did sacrifice himself? He snapped out of it and concentrated on watching the engineer's figure retreating down the long Priman airstrip. Except for the insignificant fungus growing out of the cracks, there was nothing of interest between the spaceship and the buildings, and Manson hardly paused until he was opposite Lerner's body. "Don't touch him," Grimes ordered. "We'll look at him later if possible, and stand around for a while before you go any further. Is there anything peculiar at all? Any small animal life? Any strange smells?" "Just this stinking atmosphere. I don't see a thing, sir. There is no doubt that Lerner's dead." Grimes watched the engineer stroll around aimlessly in front of the UN building for a full 20 minutes, and then finally gave him permission to enter. "I am propping the door open," Manson said. "There is nothing in the lobby. Looks like there were tables and chairs here at one time, but they've been taken out." The voice prattled on, and Grimes tried to relax while listening, but he found himself tensing with the beginning of each sentence. "I feel a little woozy," Manson said all of a sudden. "It's just the light gravity. I know I've been on Mars. It's the same sensation." "Nevertheless, get out of that building immediately," Grimes shouted. The engineer's figure appeared at once on the television screen, and Grimes breathed a sigh of relief. "Just the same," he reassured himself with a pair of binoculars that Manson was all right, as though he didn't trust the electronic image. "How do you feel?" he asked anxiously. "Not so good. I never really got used to walking on Mars. and I was there a dozen times or more. I never stopped taking the uneasy pills, though I got so I used to bite 'em in half and take. Just a part. What's the matter with you? Grimes yelled, though he could see readily enough what was the matter. The boy was doubled over in pain. His lips moved frantically in an effort to talk, but no sound came out. He tried to straighten once, but a new attack seized him and he half fell to the ground. His screams of pain filled the spaceship until Grimes could stand it no longer. "Get down there quick," he commanded the pilot, "and shut off that speaker." He hollered at the radio operator. Now, what was he doing? Risking the entire ship and crew, and for what? To try to save one man? He knew better. That would have been his reason in the old days. Now he wasn't thinking of the man. He was thinking of results. He had to know what was happening. One thing kept hammering in his brain: his mission. He had a mission, and it was more important than one man or a whole crew of men. The big ship moved silently and rapidly to the other end of the runway. Grimes had the exit port open by the time they stopped beside the twisting body of the engineer. He grabbed the medium-sized figure under the armpits and pulled his head and shoulders up inside the ship. Dr. Johnson gave a hand, and they soon had Manson laid out on the floor of the pilot's room. A hypodermic appeared almost magically in the doctor's hand. "There is nothing left to do," he said to the excited captain. "Get away from him!" Grimes shouted fiendishly, jumping forward and pushing the doctor back. "He's got to talk. He's got to— My God, Captain, he's dying with pain," a third voice broke in. Great Mimes looked up to see the angry face of Lieutenant Ramsey glaring at him. Behind Ramsey, several other crew members stared unbelievingly from their commander's face to the tortured body on the floor. Grimes didn't know exactly what he was doing, but he did it effectively just the same. He shot a right cross that caught Ramsey on the jaw and knocked him senseless. Then he knelt beside his chief engineer. "Who did it, boy? What did it? You've got to tell me. Do you understand? You've got to talk." Manson tried. When he opened his mouth, Grimes could see the blood gathering, and it nearly made him sick. He thought his own insides would burst with each convulsion of the younger man's body. I think it was. The voice trailed off in a new spasm that ended in a violent kicking of his arms and legs, as if he were fighting off an attacking animal. Then he vomited hideously and slowly relaxed. Grimes looked at the doctor, and beyond him could see the men still glowering at him accusingly. "It's too late now." Dr. Johnson shook his head. "I guess we don't know any more than we did," Grimes said weakly. "Make it easy for him if you can." He spun around and concentrated on the radar map with no real interest. A crash of something fragile caused him to turn again toward the figure on the floor. Bill Manson had knocked the needle from the doctor's hand and was struggling to speak. Grimes leaped to his side instantly and cradled the boy's head in his hands. "Speak up, Bill." "It was the pill. I am sure it was the pill," Manson said. He shook his head and the glaze partly left his eyes. "I only took half a pill like I used to on Mars. I couldn't help it. I was getting sick. I felt it almost at once. Then it really hit me after about 2 minutes." "What pill? The uneasy pill?" Grimes couldn't believe in so simple an explanation. "They've been checked at home for years. Must be a slip somewhere." "They weren't designed for Primus. I'll bet my life it was the pill." "Never mind betting your life anymore now. You get some rest." He snapped to his feet. "Give him something," he told the doctor. "And take care of him. We'll analyze those pills ourselves. There's going to be hell to pay if he's right, and just this minute I am betting that he is." "Betting your life, Captain?" Grimes spun to find Lieutenant Ramsey rubbing his jaw and eyeing him bitterly. "Yes, Lieutenant, betting my life." He ran to a wall cabinet and jerked out a Mars kit and suit. He tore open the kit and threw out the uneasy pills. Then he hurriedly donned the suit. Maybe that was the answer after all, he mused grimly. Something in the atmosphere reacted with the pill. They had never been declared official for Primus. No time to worry about that now, however. He dropped to the surface of the planet and ran to the UN building. He flung himself inside and ran wildly up and down the stair, shouting like a vacation-crazed schoolboy. From the first building, he went on to the others, and then into the city, stopping to be sick when he felt the urge, and actually enjoying the pain. Hours later, an exhausted Captain Grimes returned to his spaceship to be greeted by an apologetic and happier crew. "The boy's going to be all right," Dr. Johnson told him. "He thinks he owes his life to the fact that he only took half a pill, but I don't know. I'd say it was just plain old guts. How about the pills?" "No doubt about them, but I haven't pinned it down yet. We put a pump on Manson and found some sodium chlorate in his stomach. That's NaClo3, you know, and you could get it from ordinary table salt, NaClay, and Ozone-O3 if you could combine them. The uneasy pill has the NaClay all right, and there is plenty of ozone in the atmosphere here. You smelled it, of course. Smells like chlorine." Grimes nodded impatiently. "But you couldn't get enough sodium chlorate to kill a man from one medium-sized pill, could you?" "No, you couldn't. It is poisonous. However, it's used as an insecticide and as a weed killer. But it's highly unstable, and I don't know how it could have been formed from such a stable substance as sodium chloride, but we've never really had a chance to analyze this atmosphere. I'll work on it on the way back. Whatever the catalyst is, it must have allowed some other ozonides to form, and many of them are highly explosive. A man could literally have been blown to pieces from the inside. It must have been something that could produce hallucinations too, judging from Lerner's actions." Grimes laughed bitterly, but with relief. "Man, do we owe the Primans an apology? I better draft something quick, then we'll shove off." Lieutenant Ramsey was the only one who managed to speak. "I insist on making out a voluntary on my actions, sir. I don't know what came over me." The captain pushed him aside. "There'll be no voluntaries passed across my desk. I am capable of reporting on conditions in my ship." He went on to his private quarters. Well, it was over, he thought wearily. The psychology boys had been right again. He had felt like a mechanical man all the time. He never would have believed he could send men out like that. And the ship. He could have lost everything. He glanced at the tape player still in position at his bedside. Suddenly, on impulse, he dived at it and threw it open at the top. He shorted out the governor circuits and then rewound the tape to the playing position. He had heard of commanders doing it before, and vaguely he was aware that there was an order forbidding it. But he replayed the tape anyway, this time to his conscious mind. There was some soft, dreamy music for a couple of minutes. Then a feminine voice whispered, "Sleep well, Captain Grimes. Sleep well." That was all, except for some more music. End of The Primus Curse by Bill Wesley.
Hunting License by James V. McConnell. Imagination Stories of Science and Fantasy, April 1955.
Trophies from a big game hunt were highly prized. So naturally, Karsten and Thurman wanted their guide to find a really choice criminal. The helicopters buzzed lazily overhead like fat flies in a warm May wind. "There they go right on time," said William Karsten III. His hunting jacket shone bright red in the early morning sun as he moved out into the open to watch the planes. "I do hope that they don't get airsick," replied Thomas Thurman from his comfortable chair in front of the fire. He took a long stick and began poking the embers closer to the coffee container. William Karsten turned around and looked at his companion. "Why in heaven's name should you be so concerned about them?" he asked. The early morning light on his brown and gray hair gave it a more youthful appearance than it usually had. They don't hunt very well when they're sick, said Thurman. And that, of course, is my only concern for them. He smiled at his hunting partner, then motioned him over to the fire. Have a cup of coffee while we're waiting. Karsten walked over to the center of the little forest clearing where they had built the fire. Might as well have a cup, I guess, he said. His face, furrowed with deep lines that had taken half a lifetime to create, wore a slight frown. But I wish that Emmett would get back. What's the sense of hiring a hunting guide if he's not around to take care of things for you? I'm getting hungry. Thurman laughed at him. If you'd worry more about where we're going to hunt instead of spending all your time thinking about your stomach, we'd probably have better luck, he said. He poured a cup of sweet brown coffee for both of them, then passed one of the cups to Karsten. Emmett probably couldn't get the warden on the phone right away. Thurman, who had once been something of an athlete, began to laugh, his heavy-set body shaking gently with the expressed mirth. If the worst comes to the worst, Bill, we could fix our own breakfast, you know. Karsten uttered a sigh. Hunting just isn't what it used to be. Sometimes I wonder why I bother to come out at all. He settled down comfortably on a collapsible chair and looked around him. He could just see the top of a tall metal fence a few hundred yards away, the stout circle of steel that engirdled the game preserve, cutting it off from the rest of the world. You come hunting for the same reason that I do, Bill Karsten, because you love the thrill of the sport, Thurman told him. Because there is nothing like it in the world, the bright open air, the smell of a green forest, and the pleasure of pitting yourself against the hunted. That's why you come hunting, Karsten shrugged. I suppose you are right, but... He stopped in mid-sentence, interrupted by the sound of trampled underbrush. Oh, here is Emmett back. Emmett Packer, registered hunting guide, came from behind a clump of bushes into the little clearing in the woods. His bright yellow hunting jacket reflected a dazzling pattern of sunlight and shadows in striking contrast to the man's weather complexion and dark black hair. He waved a muscular arm at his employers. Sorry I took so long, boys, he said, walking towards them, but I had trouble getting the warden on the car telephone. The line was busy. Emmett poured himself a cup of coffee. But I finally got a hold of him, and he'll be along in a little while, and the horses are all lined up for us at the gate, so we shouldn't have any trouble at all. Good, said Thurman. Emmett smiled. And now I suppose you boys would like a little breakfast. Emmett said it not quite as a question, but more as an assertion of a known fact. Of course, said Karsten. I am starving. Got to have energy to hunt, you know. He smiled jovially. Emmett set about opening canisters and boxes in preparation of the meal. Thurman and Karsten leaned back in their comfortable chairs and stared at the scenery. Overhead, one last helicopter droned by in the tall forest grass. A cricket chirped angrily. How would you like your steaks? Asked Emmett. Medium, said Thurman. A little on the rare side if you can manage it, said Karsten. And no onions for me, they give me indigestion. He glanced nervously at his watch. I wonder if I'll have time to call the office before the warden gets here. Tom Thurman smiled. Relax, he said. Your office can take care of itself for a change. Well, I guess it can. But then why worry about it, said Thurman. Forget it. Make the most of your vacation. After all, it isn't every day in the year that you come hunting. Humans, you know. Shrugging his shoulders for an answer, William Karsten relaxed again. The aroma of the cooking meat permeated the morning breeze, mingling with the subtler smells of pine and warm, rich earth. In the nearby trees, birds sang out loud. Wonder how many we'll get this year, asked Thurman after a while. Emmett looked up from his chores. If you boys will just follow my directions, you'll get the limit. He smiled proudly. My hunters always come back with the limit. You know that, Karsten harumphed. I saw some of the sorry specimens you dug up for the Kilpatricks last year. And I must say, he continued, They were the poorest excuses for human beings I've ever seen. Emmett frowned and started to answer, but Thurman spoke first. That reminds me, Bill. If we bring back any bodies this year, Martha says we'll have to wrap them up first. What's the matter with Martha? Asked Karsten. She doesn't really object to the sight of naked bodies lashed to the front fenders of your car, does she? With a laugh, Thomas Thurman said, Number Martha doesn't object to our displaying the spoils of the hunt. But she says that last year the blood spoiled the finish of the car, and I don't want to have it repainted again this year. He sighed softly. Just one of her whims, I guess. Breakfast is ready, said Emmett. The high-pitched whine of rotor blades interrupted their meal. The three men watched the bright blue helicopter drop slowly out of the sky and come to a gentle landing at one edge of the clearing. Once the plane's engine had stopped and the blades were no longer twirling, the door to the aircraft opened, and out stepped a rotund figure dressed in a uniform, the same sky-blue color as that of the plane. He bounced, more than walked, towards the seated trio. Good day, gentlemen, the warden called out as soon as he was within earshot. Oh, please don't get up on my account. Thurman motioned with one hand. Have a seat, warden. We're glad to see you. The warden plopped his pudgy body down in one of the chairs. Thank you, he said, his voice as round and as jolly as his appearance. Having breakfast, I see. He waved a hand. Oh, please don't offer me anything to eat. I am on a diet again, he sighed. Emmett rose to get the papers that the officer would want to see. How's the crop this year, warden? He asked. A frown crossed the fat man's face. Fair. Just fair, he said. I can't understand it, really. A few years ago there were so many of them. His face brightened a bit. But then, there's still enough to go around, and that's the important thing. And, on the other hand, I suppose that we ought to be happy from the sociological point of view, of course, that there just aren't as many criminals in our society today as there used to be. It speaks well for us, don't you think? William Karsten, 3, made a slight noise with his tongue. But it ruins the hunting. You can't have a hunt unless you've got criminals to hunt for. He turned to his companion. You see, Tom, he said, I told you that it wouldn't be too good this year. I wonder what's wrong with things nowadays that there just aren't enough criminals, mused Thurman. Emmett returned with the proper papers and handed them to the warden. The fat little man looked them over carefully, then handed them back to the guide with a wave of his hand. They look in excellent order, he told Emmett. He turned to the hunters. You have a good man here in Emmett, he told them. Emmett favored the officer with a smile. Reaching inside his jacket, the warden extracted a little box and handed it to Emmett. Here are the supersonic whistles, gentlemen, and the crystals for your earplugs so that you can hear them. Just be sure to use them. Remember, the first time you sight a quarry, give one long toot on the whistle. If you hear nothing in your earplugs, he's yours to track down. But if you hear 3 short toots in answer, that means that someone else beat you to him. The officer wagged a finger at the 2 hunters. And let's have no mistakes and no arguments like we have had in the past. Just follow the rules, blow your whistles correctly, and everyone will have a fair chance at the game. Emmett fitted the slim crystals into the earplugs. They look a little different this year, he said. Oh yes, the warden told him. We had to go much higher up on the supersonic scale this time since we discovered that one of the quarries last year could hear up to 22,000 cycles. He smiled jovially. Can't have the hunted hearing the whistles when they're being tracked down, you know. Karsten wiped his lips with a napkin and then handed his empty plate to the guide. Any new rules this year, warden? He asked. No. I think the only new thing we have this year is that hunting jacket of yours, Mr. Karsten. It is new, isn't it? Karsten beamed. Why, yes it is. Latest style, I think. He raised his arms to display the brilliant red garment the better. It's a new kind of material, guaranteed to be seen for half a mile, even at night. He lowered his arms, then patted one of the chest pockets. But the best thing is that it's got a self-contained heating cooling system built right in. All you have to do is to turn the dial and you get whatever weather you want. The warden looked impressed. My, he said, what won't they think of next? He smiled again. I imagine that the people you are going to be hunting would give a pretty penny for one of those today. The weatherman says it's going to be a bit chilly tonight. Thurman lit a cigarette. I guess it is rather hard on them, being dumped in the middle of the preserve, completely naked, so to speak, he sighed. But then, they're criminals after all. That's right, said Karsten. And remember, they've got their paint to keep them warm, he added, laughing. The warden snapped his fingers. I am glad you reminded me, Mr. Karsten. The paint is a little different this year. Karsten looked surprised. They haven't changed the signals, have they? He demanded. Oh no, said the warden. Black stripes painted all around the body still mean he's an ordinary criminal. Black and red alternating stripes mean crimes of passion, and all red stripes used for the subversives, of course. Just like always. Coughing discreetly, the warden continued. What I meant was that after the complaints we got last year, we decided to use a really indelible paint so that not even a skilled surgeon could get it off. Complaints? Asked Thurman. The warden gave a gigantic sigh. That's right. It seems that some of the hunters, not people like you mind, but some of them have been altering the color of the stripes after they've bagged their game. He smiled. And we can't have that, you know. It just isn't sporting. When you display your trophies, you want all the glory that's coming to you, but no more than you actually deserve. Putting his hands on the arms of the chair, the warden made a valiant effort and managed just barely to remove his body from the comforting confines of the chair. Well, he said, I must be off. Have a lot of other hunters to see before the season opens. The two hunters rose and shook hands with him. Now, let's synchronize our watches before I leave, the officer said. He peered closely at his timepiece. It's now 7:23, 5 by my official clock. I got word on my plane radio just as I was landing that the criminals were dropped in the center of the preserve at 7:03 exactly. He looked up. The season opens at 10 sharp. I'll see you at the gate before then, of course. He turned around and bounced towards the plane. Before shutting the door to the aircraft, he gave them a final wave of his hand. Good hunting, he called. A little past 10, the three men were riding their horses across the gentle plain that led to the mountains in the center of the preserve. They had passed through the gates with scores of other hunters the moment the season was officially opened. Emmett, said Thurman, jogging along on his large horse. Are you still going to insist on taking us down to that little pass first of all? Emmett reined his horse in between the mounts ridden by the two hunters. Well, I don't want to seem pig-headed about it, boys, he told them. But that's where I think the hunting will be best this time of day. Nonsense, Karsten told him. I was talking to Morris Overman about it just last week, and he said he had his best luck over by that big waterfall. You know the one, Emmett? It has lots of trees around it. Emmett raised his eyebrows as if in disdain. Oh, I know the one, all right. And Mr. Overman is a pretty lucky hunter, too. But I think, Thurman interrupted him. If you want my opinion, he said, we'll do well to try it down in that little valley just the other side of the Leaning Stone. He waved a magazine at them. There is an article on the criminal mind in the latest issue of Hunter's Scientific Monthly by E.C. Stewart. He says that criminals always favor depressions, and that ought to mean valleys, too. Frowning, Emmett replied. Well, Stewart ought to know. He's a psychologist after all. But I must remind you that my services are guaranteed only if you follow my directions. If you do like I tell you, I promise that both of you boys will come back with at least one trophy. Why? I even signed a contract to that effect with you. We know all that, Karsten told him. But if you insist on striking off on your own, the guarantee doesn't hold. Emmett paused a moment as if for effect, then continued. Now look, boys, he said. Doesn't it make sense, really, that since hunting is my job, I'd know where the big ones are? I don't mean to knock anyone else, but this is my business, you know, and I've been at it for a good many years now. So you boys just stick with me, and you won't come back empty-handed. The two hunters made no reply, but Emmett could see that they weren't entirely satisfied. They rode along in silence for several moments, then Emmett said to them in a confidential tone of voice, Frankly, boys, I didn't want to tell you this because we guides like to keep our trade secrets to ourselves. But last year the man I was guiding, and I went to this little pass I am taking you to, see, and we came up with a whopper. Really? Said Thurman, showing some interest. He must have weighed 250 pounds at least, one of the biggest criminals I've ever seen. A magnificent creature, Emmett told them. You don't say, said Karsten. Who got him? Emmett smiled. Mr. Thompson, down from the northern part of the district. The body was so big that Thompson had it skinned and tanned and made a really nice-looking rug out of it. He sent me a picture to show me. Thurman's eyes were wide with delight. Amazing, he said. As for myself, commented Karsten, I don't hold with this rug business. They're all right, I guess, for those who like them, but they get torn up so easily. Human beings just aren't thick-skinned enough, I suppose. 250 pounds, mused Thurman out loud. If he weighed an ounce, Emmett said. You don't get many that size, you know. He looked at the two hunters, then smiled securely. So shall we just follow my lead and head for the pass first thing? All right with me, Thurman said. Me too, said Karsten. He belched loudly, then rubbed his stomach gently. I think I ate too much for breakfast, he said. The way to the little pass led up over the crest of one of the smaller mountains. The three men jogged along at an even pace over the level ground, but traveled more slowly up the steep facing of the mountainside. The two hunters often complained about the heat and the terrain as they rode. Emmett said little except when he urged them to hurry along. The sun was high in the sky, just past the zenith, when the trio came down the side of a small cliff and out through a little pass onto an open space of ground. Emmett pulled up his horse and dismounted. Well, boys, he said, let's get off here for a while. The other two dismounted and handed their animals over to the guide. Looks like a fairly good spot, said Thurman. Emmett tethered the horses quickly and then began unpacking some of the equipment. He put up the collapsible chairs in the cooling shade of a single tree that stood near the center of the little clearing. Then he placed some of the boxes containing food around the chairs and handed the two hunters their guns. If you boys will make yourselves comfortable, I'll go out and scout around for something to shoot at, he told them. Karsten settled down into one of the chairs with an audible sigh of relief. Thurman gave his gun a casual inspection. All right, he said to the guide. Go ahead and see if you can find something worthwhile. Emmett tucked his rifle under his arm and headed off into the dense underbrush. Have something to eat, Karsten said, passing an open box to his companion. Thurman helped himself to the food, then leaned back in his chair. I don't mind saying that I hope Emmett will come up with a good-sized one right off, he said. You know what I'd like, Karsten said through a mouthful of food. I wish he'd find me a real red head. That's all I really need to give my collection balance. He waved the chicken leg at Thurman. If it were a good-sized head, I'd hang it right in the center over the mantelpiece. I could surround it with heads that have dark hair and make quite an attractive pattern. My wife goes in for color schemes, you know. Tom Thurman sighed. The day was dry, and he could feel the drowsy heat of the sun even in the pleasant shade of the large tree. He began to fan himself with his hand. I understand the latest fad is to have the whole body stuffed and mounted on a plaque before you hang it up on the wall, he said. He shrugged his shoulders. Maybe I am just old-fashioned, he continued, but it seems to me that they would take up an awful lot of room if you did that. A tiny gnat began to pester Karsten as he ate. He brushed it aside several times, but it always returned to whine annoyingly around his face. Well, Karsten said, there is precedent for it. Remember how excited old Maury was the first time he bagged a 200-pounder? Karsten guffawed. He was so damn proud he kept the whole body and tucked it away in his freezer. Used to pull it out to show to people when he gave a party. Sighing in reminiscence, he continued, had to give it up after a while, though. He thawed it out so many times that it began to spoil. He slapped violently at the gnat. Thurman opened his canteen and began sipping at the cool liquid inside. He was about to light a cigarette when he saw Emmett returning. Here comes Emmett, he said excitedly to Karsten. Maybe he's made contact. Karsten got up from his chair heavily. He's smiling. I'll bet he found us a good one. He reached for his gun. Emmett walked up to the two hunters quickly. Well, boys, you were in, he said, grinning broadly. I found one just like I told you I would. Where? Asked Thurman quickly. Down this little path here about a quarter of a mile, he's hiding in a kind of thicket. But you won't have any trouble spotting him. The sun's bright there and you can see the white of his body clearly. He paused to give them a superior grin, and I don't think he knew that I'd spotted him. You stay here and look after the horses, Thurman told the guide. We'll signal you at the kill. The two hunters walked quickly down the path under the refreshing shade of the forest. Both of them were excited and they tended occasionally to stumble over tree roots and dead branches as they went. He must be just down the way there, Karsten whispered hoarsely after they had gone for some distance into the woods. Shush, whispered Thurman, attempting to quiet his companion. The path made a slight turn just beyond them, and when they had rounded it, they saw a thick clump of bushes ahead. Through the green and brown pattern of the leaves, they could see brief patches of pale white. That's it? Whispered Karsten. Thurman nodded and pulled out his whistle. He gave a long, silent blast on it that he could hear only as a sharp, rasping noise from the tiny plug he wore in one ear. The two hunters stood quietly, waiting, their faces filled with expectation. After a few brief moments, Thurman turned to his hunting partner. No answer. We must have spotted him first. Good, said Karsten. Let's go get him. They had no more than started towards their quarry when they saw a sudden movement in the bushes. The white patches disappeared, and they could hear the sound of running feet. Damn, said Karsten loudly. He must have heard us. Thurman smiled. It's better this way, Bill. I rather like tracking them down, don't you? Well, it's kind of a bother as far as I'm concerned, especially so soon after eating, Karsten said. But he followed quickly behind as Thurman set off in pursuit. The forest was too thick for a man to run with any real speed, so the hunters managed to stay close behind their quarry without expending too much energy. I wonder what he looked like, Karsten said. They pushed their way through the thick underbrush. I didn't get a good look at him. Neither did I, Thurman replied, grabbing hold of a vine to pull himself over a dead tree that stood in their path. I hope he isn't just an ordinary criminal. I've got enough black stripes at home as it is. Look out! Karsten cried suddenly. He's doubling back on us. The two men turned rapidly and set off in a new direction, attempting to head off their quarry before he could make his way to open ground. They managed to get in between him and the edge of the woods, and were rewarded by seeing a brief ripple of white as the naked man turned and started back towards the center of the little forest. Good work, said Thurman. Most of the time they tracked him simply by listening to the directions the noise of his running came from. Often they were close enough at his heels to get a quick glimpse of flesh in the distance, an arm, a leg, or part of his back. They got their first good look at him when they came out from behind a rock into a little clearing. The quarry was just disappearing into the forest on the other side of the open space. "Red stripes!" cried Karsten as they rushed across the clearing. "He's a subversive now, that is luck. Looks awfully small to me," said Thurman. "Whatever he is. Damn!" "You don't suppose it could be a woman, do you?" Karsten asked somewhat breathlessly. "We only got a glimpse of it. I hope not." "Supposed to be bad luck to shoot a woman first thing on a hunt, you know," Thurman replied as they reached the far side of the clearing. "Anyway, we'll soon know." They plunged into the heavy forest only a few hundred yards behind their game. Following rapidly along behind him, they left a wake of broken branches and torn limbs as they went. The forest rang with the sounds of the chase. Soon sloshing across a little stream, they came up over a grassy knoll and down into a shallow glade on the other side of it. "He's heading for the rocks over that way," Thurman said, turning off in pursuit. "He won't be able to go much farther." "I don't know if I'll be able to go much farther," said Karsten, the perspiration beading out across his heavy face. "I am not used to this." "Neither is he," Thurman reminded him. "Remember, he's had nothing to eat for almost a week, and they probably didn't let him sleep for 3 or 4 days back. He can't last much longer." "I hope not," said Karsten. They passed across a narrow strip of marshland, carefully avoiding most of the bog holes as they went. Just on the other side, as they came around a series of heavy berry bushes, they heard a long, shrill buzz from their earplugs. Thurman stopped quickly. "Somebody else has spotted him," he said, and took out his whistle. He gave it 3 lusty blasts and then stuck it back in his pocket. "That should fix them," he told his partner. They set off again in pursuit. Soon it became obvious to the 2 hunters that they were gaining rapidly on their quarry. They increased their pace just a trifle to take advantage of their lead. It was perhaps 5 minutes later when they tracked their man down and for the first time got a good look at him. They were very close to the outcroppings of a rather steep foothill when they came over a little rise and saw him scarcely 1,000 yards in front of them. "There he goes," cried Karsten, "into that little pass between those 2 rocks." Rapidly they closed in upon the narrow pass. The opening between the big rocks was not much more than 10 feet wide. It led like a narrow corridor through the sides of the hill and then opened up beyond into a little canyon. The 2 hunters paused just on the other side of the pass. "I think he's trapped," said Thurman. "I can't tell for sure because there are too many bushes in the way. But I think this is a little box canyon and that this pass is the only way out." William Karsten looked around him. "Seems that way to me," he told his companion. "Let's move on in slowly." They took their time as they walked through the narrow canyon, checking behind each bush and rock as they went. The little valley was only 100 yards wide, but several hundred yards in length. On all sides rose a sheer cliff, some 50 feet in height. When they were about 200 yards from the end of the canyon, they stopped. The cliff walls had narrowed, so that there was scarcely a 25-yard distance from one side to the other. Only one last row of bushes separated the hunters from their quarry. "I can see him from here," Karsten said. "He's up against the back of the canyon there, trying to hide." "Well, this is it," Thurman said. "It's a pity he's such a small-sized one." "Well?" asked Karsten. "Shall we flip a coin?" "Why not?" said Thurman. He reached in his pocket. "Call it," he said. "Heads," Karsten answered. Thomas Thurman tossed the coin high into the air. Its silver sides caught brightly at the sunlight as it mounted in a smooth arc, then danced back to earth. The 2 men leaned over to inspect it. "Heads it is," Karsten said, grinning. "I win. This is your day, I guess," Thurman told him. Karsten moved forward to the clump of bushes, Thurman following close behind. They could see the quarry clearly now, the whiteness of his body in bold contrast with the thick red stripes. "He has gray hair," Thurman said. The criminal inched back along the rocky wall, seeking desperately for some exit. He tried to climb up the side of the cliff, but could do no more than to stir up a small shower of loose stones as he lost his footing. Suddenly he picked up a rock, twirled, and threw it at the hunters. It scarcely covered a third of the ground between them. "Well, I like that," said Karsten. "He's got his nerve." He raised his rifle to his shoulder and looked carefully through the telescopic sight. For several moments he held his stance, then slowly he lowered the gun back to his side. "I am sorry, Tom," he said, "but I think I'll let you have this one after all." Thurman looked surprised. "What's the matter, Bill?" he asked. William Karsten sighed. "I think I used to know him." "Oh," Thurman said, and then he frowned. "You are sure it's not just because he's so small that you are giving him up?" He questioned. "Number quite sure. I think he was one of my professors back in college." "Oh, well then," Thurman said. He put his gun to his shoulder and took careful aim. "Shoot for the body, Tom," Karsten whispered to him. "Don't want to spoil the head." Thurman pulled the trigger. The explosion split the quiet air apart and cast the pieces of silence as echoes up and down the little canyon. "Good shot," Karsten told his companion. "Nice and clean," Thurman smiled. "Thank you," he said. And then, "Too bad you had to give him up." Shrugging his shoulders, Karsten said, "Well, that's the way of things. I don't remember him too well, but I think he taught me anthropology. Old Mac something or other. I forget his name." The two men started walking back towards the entrance to the canyon. "I suppose that I could have taken him anyway," Karsten said as they walked, "but I've never considered it good taste to shoot someone whom I've known." "I know how you feel," Thurman told him. "It sort of well ruins the sport, if you know what I mean," Karsten said. "Sure," replied Thurman. They went quietly through the narrow little pass, stopping on the other side. Thurman lit a cigarette and leaned back against a rock to rest. Karsten put a star shell into his rifle, pointed it towards the sky, and fired. They both watched as it burst into a gaudy blossom of fire and smoke far above them. "That ought to bring Emmett on the run," Karsten said. "He can clean things up and leave a marker. The plane will pick up the body later today." Thurman took a deep breath. The air had a tangy smell to it of springtime grass and early flowers. The warmth of the sun gave the forest a hazy sort of glow. In the nearby trees, small animals chattered loudly. "Nice day, isn't it, Bill?" "It certainly is," Karsten answered, gazing thoughtfully at the pleasant landscape. "But look at those clouds. It might rain tonight." "It might at that," Thurman told him. He gave another sigh and then smiled, dropping his cigar to the ground and crushing it out beneath his boot. "Well, shall we go?" he asked. "I am getting hungry."
End of Hunting License by James V. McConnell. Prize of the Air by Ben Conlon. Argosy All-Story Weekly Magazine. March 17, 1928.
At a height of about 2,000 feet, Bill Barlow completed the loop and then flew into the wind over the landing Titian. "Great stuff!" yelled his passenger, and Bill could hear his chuckle, for he had now throttled his motor and was making a quick bank to the left. "Thought you'd like it," he called back, "but it may get me in wrong down below." After making a complete circle, he landed just where he had intended to and taxied up toward the hangars. It was a maneuver he had learned thoroughly years before when he was a cadet flyer, this landing with a dead engine. Bill's passenger was smiling as he unbuckled his safety belt and climbed from the cockpit, but there was no smile on the face of the field superintendent who came running up to the plane. "Hey, what's the idea, Barlow?" he queried. "You know as well as I do that it's against the law to loop with a passenger, don't you?" "That's right." "You bet it's right." "Then why did you do it?" "Boss, said Bill Barlow, showing his sound teeth in a wide grin. "Mr. Saxton here, my passenger, has some red blood in his veins. He offered me $500 to loop the loop with him. You know that temptation is the one thing I can't resist. And, well, Mr. Saxon's got plenty of Jack, and if I didn't do it, he'd have found someone who would. And I just happen to need the 500 very badly right now." "Well, I've got nothing against you personally, Barlow," said the superintendent, which was probably true, for very few people had anything against the likable Barlow. "But either I am here to see that the rules of this field are kept, or I am not. You fellows are getting too skittish around here. I'll have your license as a passenger pilot revoked." As a matter of fact, he did have Bill's license revoked. Friendship in private life is one thing. In aviation, as in the Army, it is quite another when it interferes with vested authority. But Bill Barlow didn't seem to mind. A man who can laugh in the face of death is not to be disturbed by such a trifle as the revocation of a license. It was Saxton, his passenger, who seemed the more concerned. He approached Bill later that afternoon. "I think I've got a job for you, Barlow," he said. "I've got to start tomorrow for my home in Pampa, New Mexico, and trains are getting too slow for me in my old age. How about flying me there? I'll buy the gas and pay you for the trip." Bill looked at him wistfully and shook his head. "You are hitting me right where I live," he said dolefully. "An old pal of mine, Jacques, is barnstorming down that way, and I'd like to join him. If I could make connections with Harridan, I'd be set for the season. More than once, Jack and I have gone through a season together stunting at fairs and carnivals, and I'd like to make the dough, too. But you know I can't go, and why not? Seems an ideal arrangement to me. And, by the way, when I left Pampa, your friend Harridan was part of a carnival at Las Vegas. According to the papers." "Las Vegas, eh? Well, I might join him, but I couldn't carry you, now that my passenger license is revoked," Saxton laughed. "I'll fix that for you, boy. I'll buy your plane, give you $2,000 for it. You ride with me, technically as a passenger, but you are hired to do what you are told to do, and you'll be at the joystick. Get the idea?" Bill got the idea, and the transaction was duly carried out. "Remember," Saxton warned him as he pocketed the dummy bill of sale, "I've bought that plane. I have you at my mercy now. I may charge you plenty when you want to get it back, and get the free ride into the bargain." "Fair enough," Bill chuckled. "But you haven't got it all your own way, Mr. Wise Guy. Don't be surprised if I suddenly decide to quit piloting the ship when we're 5,000 feet above a Kansas farm, and take to parachute stunts unless you come to time with me." So Bill Barlow and Frank C. Saxton, since they could laugh with each other and threaten to do each other, knew that they were friends. And the next day Bill Barlow had his ship ready for the long jump. Saxton wished to arrive at Pampa, where he operated a cattleman's bank, as soon as possible. He explained, as a shipment of gold bullion was due in Pampa that week from a correspondent bank in Trinidad, Colorado. He wanted to be on the ground when the transfer was made. He rode out to the field in a taxicab, accompanied by a slender, gray-eyed girl who looked trim and athletic in a heavy blue jersey and knickers. "Think she's dressed warm enough for the hop?" Saxton asked, his shrewd eyes twinkling. "I forgot to mention yesterday that my daughter is going along. This is Mr. Barlow, Ruth. He's the fellow that looped the loop with your dad yesterday." Ruth extended her hand boyishly, and Bill may have held it just a trifle too long, but the act was unconscious. "The more I see of you bankers, Mr. Saxton," he said, turning to the gray-haired man, "the less I value your keenness in a business deal despite your reputation. If I'd known Miss Saxton was coming along, I'd have piloted you for nothing." And the remark may not have been entirely jocular. Hours later, flying high above the fields of Ohio, Bill Barlow somehow could not develop that devil-may-care feeling that he always had in the air. He had done his share of stunt flying and had never known fear of any kind. But right now there was a certain conscious concern within him which he could not analyze. He finally doked out what the matter was. It was the precious freight he was carrying. Those straight-gazing gray eyes of Ruth Saxton had nearly sunk Bill Barlow. A single stop was made at the airmail field at Maywood, Illinois, for refueling. Then the flight was continued and completed without special incident, Bill Barlow making a landing in a field just east of the town of Pampa. He had never been in the Southwest before, and he was eagerly anticipating the surprise he had in store for Jacques. 2 planes in a New Mexico town would be something of a sensation, he assumed. That day he enjoyed an old-fashioned noonday dinner at the comfortable home of the Saxtons and telephoned Las Vegas. The city authorities, Saxton had said, could doubtless enlighten him as to the activities of his friend Harraden. But the news he received proved to be a keen disappointment. Harraden had been flying passengers in Las Vegas, but had hopped off in his de Havilland 2 days before, saying that he was going to Beaumont, Texas. "Me for Beaumont, then," said Bill. "I am beginning to vegetate already with nothing to do." Ruth Saxton lowered her eyes. She was not the type to be forward. If this good-looking chap chose to hop off for Beaumont, then that was his business, she supposed. And Frank C. Saxton said nothing. He had liked Barlow on sight, but he himself was in the banking business, and this young daredevil would never be satisfied with that. And Bill himself was thinking that he might better have been in some game like banking, as the husband of a gray-eyed girl like, oh well, he'd hop off for Beaumont in the morning. But he did not hop off for Beaumont in the morning. For something happened that night to keep him from Beaumont. As a matter of strict record, to this day he has never seen Beaumont Barlow borrowed one of Saxton's cayuses to take a lope into the hills. He would have invited Ruth along, but then he was not sure that Ruth would be interested, and anyhow he realized that he did not cut a very expert figure on a horse. Hard work, too, this horseback riding. He realized it more and more as the sun gradually sank behind the ridge to the west of the town. He had been walking beside his mount along the trail, but with darkness approaching he decided to try once more to ride, despite his soreness. Saxton would probably be wondering what had become of him. Dusk had fallen with unexpected swiftness here in the mountains, and he was none too sure of the trail. It was as he was rounding a curve from where he hoped to be able to see the fork leading into Pampa that he heard a sound that could not possibly be mistaken, by Bill Barlow. He had heard that sound too often to make any mistake about it. That subdued roar was the pounding of 12 cylinders all right enough. He'd have bet $1 million on it, if he had had it. He gazed up into the violescent dusk. The roar was getting louder now, and sure enough, over the ridge from out of the north swooped a great shadow that circled about and made a landing in the hill-rimmed meadow just below him to the right. Jacques Harraden, he said to himself. He must have heard I was in Pampa. Bill Barlow forgot all about the trail into town now. He took the first path that led downward, tied his tired beast to a fence post, and started afoot cross-country in the darkness, guided by the roar of the plane's engine as it taxied along the ground. He continued on, the soft ground serving as a pad for his feet. He heard the sound of men's voices after a considerable walk, and he was about to call out when he discovered that the men were wrangling over something. He could not make out the words, but there was no mistaking the intonation. Some sixth sense caused him to stoop in the shelter of the fence that enclosed a large field with an overhanging hill at one corner. He could distinguish the outline of the plane there in the gloom, its wings looking ghost-like and mysterious, and from the loud voices he could tell that the men were walking in his direction. Some of the talk was in Spanish, and he got a word of it here and there. Bill had taken Spanish 2 years at college, and had become very fluent in football. He caught the words Pancho Lopez and dinero, which he knew meant money. Then, to his satisfaction, a new voice boomed out in English. "Yay, he's big chief down there. But I am boss up here until this thing is put over, Ramos. And don't ever forget it." There was a sullen response in Spanish, too low in tone for Bill to make it out. "That's all right," came the first man's voice again. "That third plane stays in the hills. You never can tell what might happen. Them armored cars could pick us off up there in the air with the right brakes." Bill Barlow lay prone beside the fence, as the men, there seemed to be 4 of them, passed within a few feet of him. One of them had a holster strapped at his side and wore a cartridge belt. He seemed to be the leader, and he was raking down the untractable Ramos, who had evidently ventured to irritate him with some rash suggestion. His voice trailed off as the group walked toward a dark smudge 100 yards or so away, which Bill thought might be a cabin. An armored car? Could there be any connection? Saxton had told him that afternoon that he wished him to remain in Pampa in order to meet his son, who was coming down with the bullion shipment from Trinidad in an armored car. Bill Barlow waited until there was no sound from the cabin, if that was what it was, then leaped the fence and crept toward the airplane. No watchman had been left on guard, and Bill believed the mysterious aviators might return at any moment. On the far side of the plane, he risked the flash from his torch, and then snapped it off quickly. The ship was a de Havilland, painted green. In front of the pilot's seat was mounted a machine gun. Bill thought he recognized the type and that it was synchronized to shoot between the blades of the propeller. At any rate, it was a weird sight on an airplane in peacetime in a New Mexico meadow. He did not risk another flash, but scurried away in the darkness and somehow found his way to his tethered horse. When he finally reached the Saxton home, it was almost dawn, and he rapped on the window that he knew to be Saxton's. In a couple of minutes, the banker, pajama-clad, stuck his head out. "What the devil's up?" he asked sleepily. "Where were you, Bill?" "I'll tell you all that later," Bill replied. "Meanwhile, I'll ask you one. What time is your son starting from Trinidad in that armored car?" "Ooh, Ted. Why, he may have started by this time. First streak of daylight, they'll shove off. Rose'll be clearer then, and what folks don't see won't bother 'em." Saxton kindled a cigar and gave vent to his rumbling laugh. "Why, you're not worrying about that, are you? That type of armored car could stand off an army. Boy, I suppose so, but Saxton, I want you to do something right away. Get Trinidad on the phone. If your son hasn't started, tell him to wait till tomorrow. Make it emphatic. It may be very important. If he has started, get one of the towns this side of Trinidad and see that the car is held there. Now do that, be sure, will you, Saxton?" The banker looked at him keenly. "There is something up, I can see that," he said, "but I think you are getting upset over a trifle. Those armored cars, you know." "Yes, I know," Bill cut in. Should he mention his discovery to Saxton, he might be on the wrong track entirely. The armed plane might possibly be one of the exhibits from the recent Las Vegas Carnival. At any rate, only he himself could be of any possible service now if the car had started from Trinidad. No use worrying Saxton and Ruth, he decided. He waited until he heard Saxton at the telephone asking for long distance to Trinidad, and then grabbing up. A rifle and several rounds from a little den-like hunting room which Saxton had furnished off of the living room, he remounted his horse and galloped along the road to the east of the town, and, just as dawn streaked the sky, reached his plane. A few minutes later he had turned the horse loose to graze and had hopped off. The nose of his old Jenny pointed toward Trinidad. As he sailed along, he wondered if he was on a useless quest. He might be. In the first place, there was a possibility that his suspicions were not well-founded. Then Saxton might be able to get Trinidad before the armored car started and could head it off. But as he flew along, he almost hoped that he was in for action. For that was the way with Bill Barlow. Fellow war aces had said that he fattened on trouble. And if that was the case, there was enough trouble ahead to make Bill Barlow very fat indeed. Bill flew straight north for a while and had no difficulty picking up the Trinidad road, which wound about the foothills, rimming Pampa to the north. After he had skimmed over the hills, he swung lower in order to scout the highway thoroughly. He passed over a couple of little settlements and climbed to a higher altitude, for there was mountainous country ahead. It was after he had climbed high and had sailed over the summit that he made out a low flying plane ahead. He used his binoculars. The plane was the green de Havilland of the night before, as he had suspected it would be, but the hawk would wait for its prey in vain if Saxton's telephone call had been in time, and then, as he zoomed along, he saw that he was in for action. A turreted car of the type used by banks to transport money and bullion swept around a hairpin turn in the road that hugged a steep bluff. And as soon as the car had swung into the straight road, Bill saw a grayish cloud shoot up just ahead of the car. It looked to him as if a bomb had been dropped, and yet it did not seem possible from the position of the green plane. Bill Barlow put on all speed and tilted his AK Relons to climb. He was planning to get above the green plane and keep it below and in front of him, where he would be safe from that machine gun nested in front of the pilot. In this manner, he might be able to take the joystick between his knees, get a pot shot at the pilot, and send the green ship down out of control. It was a long chance, but it was his only one. And Bill Barlow had fought against long odds before. He hardly believed he was seen as yet, and he nosed up steadily toward a low-hanging cloud. And then, as he climbed, he noticed, backgrounded against the cloud, another plane, a big, blue-gray one, that seemed almost to blend into the cloud. This, then, was probably the explanation of that explosion that had taken place in front of the armored car. The second plane was far above him, and, although his own ship was a good climber, Barlow realized that it would be useless now to try to get above the blue-gray plane. He would have to take one chance and wait until it dived. The blue-gray plane had sighted him now, and he maneuvered as it started down after him. The man at the machine gun was trying to get Barlow from the rear, but that game was only too familiar to Bill. His mind went back over 10 years to glorious jousts above the lines, and almost instinctively he changed his course by a sharp turn to the right. The blue-gray plane followed him, its pilot still trying feverishly to get Barlow in front of him, which is just what Bill Barlow had no intention of letting him do. Since he himself had no machine gun, there was no offensive advantage in getting to the rear himself, but there was a strong advantage defensively. If he kept on the tail of the other machine, he would be able to spike that machine gun. Around and around circled the planes in this carousel of death. For that was what it was, Bill Barlow knew. Although just at present there were no wars, no rumors of wars. Below them, on the slopes, cattle grazed peacefully. But here in the air was the seed of death. He must not let that gray plane take him from the rear. Both of the ships were steadily losing altitude, but Bill knew the possibilities of his own plane, and he might lure the enemy until it got too low to maneuver, and it might crash. He was pretty low himself now. As he circled about, he started to dash and zigzag, anything to get out of the path of that machine gun. And yet he had to get out of the circle to climb. He'd try it. It was a few minutes after this, just as he had reached a safer altitude, and once more tried to get on the tail of the gray, that a spray of machine gun bullets pinged against the wires of his ship. But he was in the strategic position that he wished now. With the joystick between his knees, he flew slightly above the enemy plane and shouldered his rifle. It spoke, and the pilot of the gray plane let go of the joystick and placed his hands to his side. Then, the gray plane seemed to leap and swerve and turn, fell into a nosedive, and went out of control. As he tried to bank and make now for the green ship, Bill Barlow realized that he had not escaped unscathed. His own plane careened sharply, and at first he feared that his control wires had been shot away. Probably not, though the ship still took direction, if rather awkwardly. He could still make a landing if he kept the ship's nose up, although he knew that now he had been put out of the engagement. Still keeping the nose of his plane up, he sailed along over a little ridge and managed to make a hazardous landing in a cleared space. As he snapped out his pliers and feverishly tried to repair the damaged wire braces, he was wondering what was happening over the ridge. He heard a couple of explosions and then the sharper report of rifle shots, probably from the armored car. A few minutes later, while still working on the damaged wire, he heard the roar of the green plane's engine, and, looking up, saw it passing over him, and a spray of machine gun bullets splashed against the boulder to his left. Bill grabbed his rifle and ran to the shelter of the boulder, but the green plane paid no further attention to him. It sailed away to the northeast. Evidently, the men in its cockpit had made their haul from the armored car and were making away with it, and had decided to leave well enough alone. With his wire braces repaired, Bill once more took off, circled, and climbed, and skimmed back over the ridge. The armored car, he could see now, was toppled over on its side in the road. A few rods from the spot, the blue-gray plane was crumpled up like a great wounded bird. Bill picked out a suitable landing place, throttled his motor and volplaned down. Then he ran back to the road, passing the gray plane on the way. The dead pilot of the gray plane sat half upright in a weird position, his head to one side. The legs of another man protruded from the wreckage. A little mustached man was beside the plane, circling about it queerly and jabbering away and feeling his head. "Not goofy," said Bill to himself. "Well, two of 'em are dead, and that little bozo seems cuckoo. He can wait." He continued toward the sagging armored car. The uniformed bodies of two men, evidently guards, lay sprawled beside the car. One of them still had a rifle cradled in his arms. The driver, although wounded, was trying to crawl down from the seat, and a fourth figure, a blond young man, sent a charge from an automatic whistling over Bill's head, evidently believing that, since he came in a plane, he was another of the stick-up men. Bill threw himself to the ground. "Hey, lay off that," he yelled. "I am here to help you. I recognize you from your father. You are Ted Saxton, aren't you?" "Yes." There was doubt in young Saxton's voice. "Well, I know your father. No use taking after that green plane now. You and the driver there seem to be in bad shape. I'll take you in my ship to the sanatorium at Valmora where you can get treatment. And one of those birds in the gray wreck there seems to be moving. He does not deserve it, but I'll take him along." He crossed back to the wrecked gray plane. The small man with the mustache was still circling about, jabbering in Spanish. He showed no injury, but he had probably been creased badly by the fall. He looked blankly out his black eyes when Barlow questioned him, and Bill suddenly seized and shouldered him like a sack of barley and dumped him into the cockpit of his plane. A few moments later, with the injured Saxton and the driver as comfortable as possible under the circumstances, he was winging along toward the sanatorium at Valmora, the peaked roof of which he could see in the distance. He made a landing, left his cargo of casualties there, and speeded back to Pamba. "But Ted, is he hurt badly?" asked Ruth, when he had told his remarkable story. "Oh, I know he'll be all right, Miss Saxton. A fragment of a grenade struck him in the head. The doctors at Valmora say they'll patch him up all right. I am not sure about the driver." He stopped a bullet in the side. "Oh, I must get to Ted," Ruth exclaimed. "Come on, Dad. We'll fly to Valmora with Mr. Barlow." Saxton put in a quick telephone call to the police to scour the hills north of Pampa. "I'm afraid they'll have a tough time," he said, as he pulled on a cap and hurried toward the plane with Bill and his daughter. "That's the first time there's been an airstick up in New Mexico. But if Ted's all right, I don't even mind about the bullion." Bill's plane had proceeded about 12 miles in the direction of Valmora when Ruth, gazing through the binoculars, made out a plane coming from the mountains in the northwest. "I'll make a landing," Bill suggested, "and let you out, Miss Saxton. Then probably I can climb above it and—" But Miss Saxton was of quite another mind. "Indeed you will not," she cut in. "I am not a bit afraid. You get above them and I'll keep below the cowl of the machine and pot those murderers. If you could do it alone, I ought to be able to do something now. I was on the rifle team at Vassar, you know." Bill climbed steadily, and as the green plane flew nearer, swooped down to the rear and kept on its tail. As he passed within 20 feet of it, there was a report back of him, and then another report, and still another. The green plane seemed to stagger in the air. Its fuel tank had been perforated by the bullets, and the pilot had turned to gesticulate wildly to one of the men back of him. It was then that, as Bill flew alongside but a trifle in the rear to keep out of range of the machine gun, that Ruth drew a steady bead and fired again. The pilot threw up his hands. A second member of the green plane started to reach for the joystick. There was another report from Bill's plane, and the great green de Havilland spiraled down dizzily. 10 minutes later, Bill Barlow with Ruth and her father had made a landing and were running toward the crushed green ship. Bill put out his hand and barred Ruth's progress. He knew that it was not a pretty sight that would meet their eyes, for the ship had caught fire, and even as they ran forward, there was an explosion. The 3 men of the Green Plains crew were dead, and 2 of them were badly burned. There was no sign of the bullion. A box of grenades had toppled out from the plane when it careened in the air, and had miraculously not exploded. Bill gathered them up and handed them to Saxton. "We'd better keep 'em," he said. "No telling but that they might come in handy on a day like this. I think these birds must have a cache somewhere up there in the mountains, and I have an idea. We'd better hot-foot it to Valmora and get something out of that injured Mex if we can. He didn't seem badly hurt, but he might pop off." At Valmora, the Mexican, whose name proved to be Pedro Cesar, had made a quick recovery. He was on his feet in the ward, but under guard. Bill drew him aside. "There is one chance for you, Cesar," he said. "It's up to you what you want to do. You know your pals abandoned you this morning. They could have taken you, couldn't they? Now I want to get some information out of you." The little Mexican surveyed him out of sullen black eyes. "Me, I am no traitor," he replied. "I fly with Villa. I am gentleman." "Then your friends are traitors," Bill informed him. "You know what they did? They flew back over that crashed gray plane about an hour ago and fired into the bodies they found there. You know why they thought some of their pals might have been alive, and they didn't want to share that gold. They probably thought that you were one of the ones stopping their lead. Not very nice treatment, was it? But they have been captured by the State Patrol, and by coming clean you can get free. You'd better come through. There was murder done there, and you are in on it." Pedro Cesar seemed to have fallen for the story. He broke into a series of curses in Spanish. "Por Dios, if they want to double-cross me, and go away with the go. Yes, so soon night come." "How many you say they arrest? The men in the Green Plain?" 3. "Ah, 2 more are in the mountains, with another hair sheep. They double-cross them too, eh?" "They turn what you say state's evidence. That's it," Bill lied cheerfully. "They didn't have the gold in the Green Plain, but in another hour the authorities will know where it's cached in the mountains. Then you all get the works. Say, how did you birds get hold of 3 airships? Ah, that surprised you, eh? Pedro Cesar laughed. You have perhaps heard of Pancho Lopez, eh? The big bandit chief of Sonora. Ah, I think you have heard so much. Yes, Pancho Lopez. He have the sheeps from the Ovilista army, and he hear of Doyle being transport from Trinidad. He's poor now, old Pancho. Yes, he wish to make the one, haul and take to the hills where no one ever find him. But Pancho, he be very mad now if he not get gall. I'm afraid your friend Pancho will have to stick mad and stay mad, Barlow told the Mexican. But you show me where that other plane is cached in the hills, and you'll get out of plenty trouble. You carry me into Hare Sheep, Pedro promised. And I show you we got them, they're quick okay, said Bill. But I'd like a third man along with another rifle. What's the matter with me? Am I a cripple? Saxton interrupted. And don't forget that's my plane you are piloting, he laughed. Maybe, said Bill, chuckling back. All right, get the guns, Saxton. And we have the grenades. We'll see if we can't rout out those birds. They must have the dough cached there. So, after a quick lunch at the sanatorium, Bill Barlow once more hopped off, with Pedro, Cesar, and Saxton in the cockpit, hopped off to the north where Cesar claimed that his former Confederates were hidden. Saxton had orders to watch Cesar, whom Bill did not entirely trust, but the Mexican seemed to have been converted and chastened, and as they neared the mountains and Bill increased his altitude, he directed the pilot to veer to the right to avoid a machine gun mounted in the robber camp as an anti-aircraft weapon. Believe me, these birds have a modern organization, said Bill. And look, Saxton over to the right there. See that sky-blue monoplane? By golly, they're getting ready to take off, and with a dough, I'll bet. It seemed true enough. Here, in a natural bowl made by a circular plane in the rimming hills, was a speedy-looking monoplane with its engine already warming up. On the ground, 3 men were gesticulating to each other, and one of them pointed up toward Bill's ship, whereupon all of them ran for cover. Bill swung over the plane and, taking precise aim, let go 2 of the bombs he had taken from the wrecked gray ship. The second one seemed to hit the monoplane squarely and tip it over on one wing. Then Bill spiraled down in an effort to destroy the machine gun back of the boulder before it could be manned. Cesar pointed it out, and just as he did so there came the quick rat-a-tat, a tat of machine gun bullets. Bill throttled his motor and swung to the right, then circled and made a landing at the far end of the field. That other plane's out of commission, he said. We want to have one left to get away in down on your bellies, men, and keep to shelter. We'll fight this action out right down here. He taxied his ship behind a spur of hill out of range of the machine gun. Then, rifle in hand, he held a quick conference with Saxton and Cesar. You folks keep in shelter behind these rocks here and draw that bozo's fire, he said. They've got bad medicine there, but we may be able to outmaneuver them. His plan was to creep up the side trail with his rifle and try to get the machine gunner from the rear. Cesar had said that the gun was rigged on a swivel, but if one of the other 3 men turned it back in his direction, there were plenty of rocks and boulders behind which to take shelter, and Saxton and Cesar could then charge from the front. Bill made his way cautiously up the mountain trail, circled to the right, and picked his way down the slope. He found a friendly boulder halfway down the slope, and to his delight could make out the hat of one of the men about the machine gun. He took careful aim and fired. The hat disappeared, and he believed he had got his man, for one of the others took to his heels, running up the slope which led past the boulder at a distance of about 100 yards. Evidently he had not guessed that an enemy was behind the boulder. Bill drew a bead on the running man's legs and toppled him to the ground. But the rat? A tat-a-tat of the machine gun broke out occasionally, proving that the machine gunner was alive and was trying to get the men in front of him. Bill himself had not been discovered. He crept farther back and over to the right. things were going nicely. Saxton and Caesar had a good chance if they did not show themselves too clearly, and all he had to do now was to get that gunner. He took to his hands and knees and had topped a little rise that he thought would give him command of the machine gun position, when far to the right, in the rear of the gun, he saw another man creeping along. He raised his rifle and was about to fire, but then the man raised his head, and from the cap he wore Bill could see that it was Saxton. He stood up and waved his hat at Saxton, so that the latter might not make the same mistake that he had almost made: fire on a friend. Saxton waved back and hastened toward him. The two of them crept back of a screen of rocks, and to their delight saw the hunched figure of the machine gunner back of the boulder in front of them. "We'll fire together," Bill suggested. "This is too easy. Then we'll never know which bullet killed him." They fired. The man at the gun slumped forward. They waited a moment, but he did not move again. "Well, that's that," said Bill. "I think we've won the field." He had hardly finished the sentence when a bullet spattered against a rock back of them, and another kicked up the dust at their feet. Both men threw themselves flat on the ground. "I guess I spoke too soon," said Bill. "I toppled the fellow a few minutes ago. He was running back up the trail, and I think I got him in the leg. He must have beat it back to some retreat for a rifle, and this is the result. Don't show yourself. Saxton will outweight him." They lay there on their stomachs, back of the boulder, their rifles ready for the first sign of the remaining bandit. But it seemed that it was always the unexpected that was happening on this eventful day. There was the roar of a motor below in the field. Bill unconsciously made himself an attractive target as he sat up and looked at Saxton sharply. "Holy sufferin' Moses," he said. "That must be my ship. Maybe the third stick-up guy, or—" He raced down straight toward the field, Saxton on his heels. As they passed the machine gun and its dead gunner, they were just in time to see Barlow's machine take to the air. At the joystick was Pedro Cesar. Bill stopped and sent a rifle bullet at the plane, but the ship sailed calmly through the air, and Cesar playfully tossed a grenade over the side. It exploded a few yards away from the bewildered men on the ground. "I'll bet 10 to 1 he's loaded the loot from that sky blue one," shouted Bill. He streaked over to the sagging monoplane and found that his prediction was only too true. Pedro had also taken the box of grenades. "My fault," Saxton admitted. "What a dumbbell. I should have stayed and watched him. Now the little rat's got away with everything." Saxton's crestfallen penitence touched Bill rather humorously despite the circumstances. "I guess it's Pedro Cesar's," answered Saxton. "Cesar's gold, Cesar's plane, and Cesar's bank for all I care. But believe me, if I could get my hands on that little greaser, it would be a case of, I've come to bury Cesar. Believe you me." "What's the matter, Bill? Something else wrong?" Bill Barlow was looking at the sky-blue monoplane as if it was bewitched, and as if he himself was bewitched along with it. Why? He started, "By golly, man," he almost shouted. "There is not a thing wrong with this sky-blue ship except that this control wire is snapped." Pedro didn't stop to examine it. The boob. Already he was taking out his pliers. "We'll be up in the air in less than 15 minutes. He fixed the wire in record time. He and Saxton straightened up the plane, pushed it back toward the machine gun boulder for a longer takeoff, and a few seconds later, the motor was whirring. "Just a minute," called back Bill as he disappeared behind the boulder. He returned with the machine gun and started to lift it into the cockpit. "It won't be rigged up as snug as my old Browning," he explained. "But it can shoot, and there is a drum in it already. And this ship looks like a Lulu. If I don't overtake that greaseball before he gets to the border, my name isn't Lucky Bill Barlow. This toy comet ought to be able to do 100.5 going backward." At Valmora, on the way to the border, Bill throttled his motor and began to volplane. "What's the idea?" asked Saxton. "Wait," Bill commanded. He made the landing. "Get out, old pal," he told the banker. "I'm alone this time, boy. Cesar is alone, and this is my ship, and the war is solo from this minute until I come back with the dough." He stuck out his hand and patted Saxton on the shoulder. "So long, old pal," he said. Then he gave her the gun, and the sky blue monoplane went roaring down the field. Beneath the cottonwoods in front of the sanatorium at Valmora, Frank C. Saxton and his daughter waited nervously. An hour elapsed, 2 hours. Saxton was shaking his head. There was concern in the gray eyes of Ruth. 3 hours. And a half. The sun was setting behind the ridge to the west when Ruth sprang to her feet, her gray eyes alight. "I hear it," she yelled. "Oh, Daddy, Daddy, it must be Billy." Out of the sky to the south skimmed a sky-blue monoplane. It roared overhead. Then the plane with a throttled motor came into the wind and made a quick bank to the right, and a few seconds later was bouncing gently along the broad exercise field of the sanatorium. As it taxied to a stop, out jumped William C. Barlow. He hailed his friends and pointed to the cockpit. "The bullion," he announced proudly. "Better leave it here and set a guard till morning. We'll take it to Pampa in time to open the bank." Saxton put up the back of his hand and wiped his forehead. "I'm getting to believe whatever you say, Bill Barlow," he announced. "If you say it, it must be so. But do you? Here is the other plane. My plane." "Oh yes, your plane," mimicked Bill, grinning. "I brought it back for you. Here it is, about the biggest part of it." He handed Saxton a fragment which looked like a piece of charcoal. "That's why it took me so long," he explained. "I had to wait until the darn thing burned before I could get at the bullion. But I've got a ship now that makes yours look like just what it is. A pile of junk. You win," said Saxton, throwing his hands in the air in a burlesque sign of surrender. "You could win all the stakes, any game you play. I just might take you up on that," Bill replied, and he looked meaningly at Ruth Saxton. She did not drop her eyes this time. She was looking right back at him with that straight gray gaze of hers, and her eyes said more than words could ever express. End of Prize of the Air by Ben Conlon.
The Homicidal Diary by Earl Peirce. Weird Tales, October 1937.
What strange compulsion drove an ordinarily gentle and cultured man, on one night of each week, to roam the city streets and commit a ghastly crime? I am writing this account of my friend Jason Peirce in the interest of both justice and psychiatry, and perhaps of demonology as well. There is no greater proof of what I relate than the sequence of murders which so recently shocked this city, the newspaper items regarding the crimes, and especially the official report of the alienists who examined Peirce during his trial. I cannot expect to bring Dr. Peirce back to life, for he was hanged until dead, but I do 438 hope that this paper will offer new illumination on cases of criminal decapitation. Justice and psychiatry are closely related, but it is difficult to recognize the judicial importance of so outre a subject as demonology. Yet I emphatically assert that the case of Jason Peirce is irrevocably concerned with evil and dark lore, such as mankind has not known since the Holy Inquisition. One is naturally prejudiced against Peirce, for even I myself, his lifelong acquaintance, was struck with repugnance when I first realized the nature of his activities. But his death on the gallows should foreclose biased reflection, and permit the student to regard his case in a purely empirical light. As I am the only man in complete possession of the facts, it behooves me to give this astounding information to the world. Jason Peirce was a brilliant and respected criminologist, and at the time of his arrest he was recognized as one of the greatest students of the modern world, a fact which has made his case one of unparalleled notoriety. I was his roommate during the several years we spent in law school, and, Although he shot to the pinnacle of his branch of jurisprudence, while I was left to more prosaic routine, we never lost the contact which has now become so valuable. Our correspondence was frequent and regular since we were graduated, and I can say with justifiable pride that Peirce respected my friendship as much as that of any other acquaintance, if not more. It was this intimacy with his personal life which has enabled me, as friend and confidant, to witness the revolting atavism which resulted in such outrageous crimes. I obtained my first hazy acquaintance with the crimes 3 months ago when I received Peirce's letter from Vienna. He had just discovered sensational evidence in a famous criminal case, one of recurrent human decapitation, and his consequent enthusiasm was so rabid that I was afraid the morbidity of such matters was beginning to pervert his senses. For several years I had become progressively aware of Peirce's melancholic attitude, and I had often recommended that he take a vacation from criminal cases. His indefatigable enthusiasm for research was all against my advice, and he had gone relentlessly ahead to the tragic climax which my greatest fears could not have imagined. This letter from Vienna, so eager with indomitable il faut travailler, confirmed my suspicion that Peirce had descended into the depressing rut of monomania. When he returned to America, shortly afterward, I crossed the country to spend a few days with him. But he was so sickly and irritable that I could do nothing to cheer his spirits. He continually brooded over the case he had been investigating, and I should have known at that time there was a dangerous neurotic compulsion stirring in his subconscious mind. Less than a week after my departure from the city, the first of the horrific head-hunting crimes was committed and the actual drama got underway. I can recall reading the sensational accounts in the newspapers, and my anxious fear that this fresh display of criminal perversion would excite Peirce into a state nearing hysteria. I telegraphed him that same day, begging his refusal to bother with the case and requesting that he come to visit me. His reply was swift and brief. He had already commenced his investigations of the head-hunting crime, and nothing on earth could deter him from his set course. Knowing him as I did, I could do nothing but hope that the head-hunter would be swiftly captured and the case brought to a finish. It was an unpleasant 439 shock. Therefore, when I read exactly 1 week later that a second and identical crime had been committed, even in my own city, 3,000 miles from the center of the crimes, there was wild confusion at the announcement of this second spectacular murder. The reader may recall the international effects of the infamous Ripper crimes which terrified London a few decades ago, and he will understand how rapidly the headhunter's fame spread through crime-conscious America. Both murders were made particularly mysterious because of the disappearance of the victims' heads. I knew the damaging influence which these doings would produce upon Peirce, for he had always been interested in decapitations, and his thesis at the University of Graz had been based upon the mad career of Emil Drucker, the head-hunter of Cologne. I wrote again to Peirce and begged him to abandon his studies in these new murders, but, as before, his response was cold and discouraging. There was a wild and almost fanatical tone in his letter which was indicative of his obsessed mind, and an ugly premonition occurred to me that this would be the breaking point of his career. The third and fourth murders, so horribly identical with the first two, came about at weekly intervals, and the city was in the grip of strangling terror. There was no rhyme or reason for the crimes, and yet the diabolical precision of the murderer seemed to indicate he was a madman of uncanny intelligence. In all 4 cases, his victims were vagabonds and people of the lowest order. In none of the murders had the victim been assaulted, but the head had disappeared, seemingly forever. There was not a shred of evidence pointing to the solution, and except that the police knew him to be a homicidal maniac, there was not a single person in a city of several millions whom they could call the murderer. Far worse than the 4 murders committed was the belief that they would continue week after week to an indeterminable conclusion. I left for the city by plane on the evening of the discovery of the 5th victim, and during the trans-country flight I read Peirce's own statement in the Metropolitan Gazette, citing the crime as an atavistic expression of animalism. The fact that 2 of the 5 victims had been men, according to Carse's theory, belied the popular suspicion that the criminal was a homicidal sadist. Carse expressed the belief that the murderer was in the grip of some inherent savagery, and that the ghastly murders would continue until he wore himself out by the sheer expenditure of energy. I reached the city shortly after sundown, and at once I felt the awful tension which had settled upon everyone in it. Men and women moved furtively. Airport officials and police examined every strange face with cold and scrutinizing suspicion, and even my taxi driver, a small, mousy man, kept his fear-laden dark eyes continually reverting to the mirror as he whirled me through the slight evening traffic. I was surprised, therefore, in view of this mutual distrust, to find that Jason Carse, a veteran criminalist, had discharged all of his servants and was living alone in his grim house behind a barricaded door. The most unpleasant shock was the unaccountably cold manner in which Carse received my visit, and his positive annoyance that I had forced myself so unexpectedly upon him. He would not explain why he had discharged his servants, nor the secluded life he was now leading, but there was little difficulty in realizing the fatiguing effects which these recent 440 crimes had pronounced upon him. He was virtually a stranger as we met in the hallway and shook hands. "I wish you'd go to a hotel," he said bluntly. "I don't want anyone here." But I didn't go to a hotel. I told him flatly that there was no other course open to me but to stay and take care of him, for obviously he wasn't taking care of himself, and his dismissal of the household help had precipitated a needless burden on his already overladen shoulders. He needed food, for he was thin to emaciation, and I made him dress at once and accompany me to a restaurant where I saw that he ate a decent meal. I then led him to the theater, a particularly lively musical comedy, and kept him in his seat until the curtain had fallen. But my efforts seemed of no avail, as he was continually depressed and absorbed in his own reflections. That night, before retiring, he came to my room and again asked me to leave. "It's for your own good," he said with strange harshness. "For God's sake, believe what I say." For the next several days I watched him sink lower and lower into despondency of so contagious a nature that I felt the insufferable pangs of it myself. He worked late at night on the murder cases, referring constantly to autopsy protocols and police memoranda, and more than once I saw him reading his Bible. On several occasions he visited the county morgue and examined the remains of the headhunter's victims, and following each such visit he lapsed into a state of mental and physical agitation that exhausted him within a few hours. The nights were almost unbearable, and I would lie awake for hours listening to the mumbles and moans which came from his room, oftentimes distinguishing such words as, "God forbid it," "God forbid it," and frequently he would scream the word, "head hunter." There was no doubt that Carse had delved too deeply into this case, and that hour by hour he was descending into the clutch of a dangerous neurosis. During my stay with him I engaged several servants, but he discharged them, and I was unable to reconcile him to my point of view. His resentment of my visit became more acute as the days passed, and I was beginning to fear that he would forcibly eject me. It was easy to explain this increased irritability, for I myself, as well as every soul in the city, was nervously awaiting the next prowl of the headhunter, and in it I recognized more fuel for the fire that was burning Carse's reason. He was waiting for the fatal Monday night, as a man waits for his doom, and each hour found him closer to a mental attack. On Sunday afternoon I discovered him in my room packing my luggage. "You must go now," he said. "I appreciate your interest in me, but now you must go, you must." The tremor of anxiety in his voice nearly convinced me that he was right, but doggedly I clung to my set purpose to save him in spite of himself. I could not leave him alone in face of the developments which would occur sometime between then and Tuesday morning, and I told him so. "Fool!" he exploded. "I can do nothing with you. Stay if you wish, but it's on your own head." The irony of that final statement, whether intentional or not, is something I shall remember to my grave. I don't think that Carse meant it literally, on my own head. but I was unable to shake his words out of my ears, and throughout the night and the following day they hung about me like a dirge. Peirce did not sleep at all that Sunday 4:41 night, but paced up and down in his study while a fierce, alarming expression hardened on his features. Nor could I sleep, for his continued pacing tore my nerves to shreds, and I spent the night alternately in my own room and at the partly open doorway of the library, where I was able to watch him in secrecy. Several times I saw him bend over a small book and study it with the intent regard of a disciple, and each time that he referred to a certain page, he pounded his fist on the desk and cried to himself, "God forbid! God forbid!" I should have realized what he meant. I should have known and been prepared. But how blind my friendship made me to the horrific implication of those repeated words. Monday came and went in a slow drizzle of rain, which only added to the somber quiet of the city. And as the evening approached and wore on, I felt myself caught in the irresistible tide of fearful anticipation which warned of the sixth appearance of the headhunter. The streets were deserted throughout the day, and with but few exceptions, the only pedestrians were police officers, who now traveled in pairs or squads. The evening papers were brutally frank in predicting that before dawn a sixth headless corpse would be discovered, and this expectation was shared by all. Peirce was at home all day and refused to answer the telephone or to allow me to answer it for him. He ate sparingly, with his same preoccupation, and contrary to my expectations, he appeared to have lapsed into a state akin to normality, like a man who contemplates a preordained and inexorable occurrence. At 6 o'clock he came to me, ghastly, haggard, and thin, and again asked me to leave his house, but I refused this 0-hour request. He shrugged and went back to his study. I watched him for a while and saw that he was studying that queer little book which so deeply affected him, and I again heard him utter those despairing words. God forbid! God forbid! I went to bed at a little after 10 and tried to sleep, but the city-wide excitement seeped into my room and kept me tossing from the thrusts of nightmares. At midnight, Peirce came up and stopped just outside my door, obviously listening to determine whether I was asleep. The silence was uncanny for a moment. Then I heard a sharp, metallic clicking, and he went on to his room. After he had closed his door, I swept my sheet aside and went to my own door. Peirce had locked it from the outside. I called to him for an explanation of this conduct, but he either didn't hear me or chose to ignore my requests, for the house remained grimly silent. Returning to bed, I managed somehow to doze off. At 2 o'clock, I was awakened by the sound of someone's walking in the hallway. I sat bolt upright in bed and heard the unmistakable approach of footsteps coming down the corridor from Peirce's bedroom. The tread was stealthy and determined, and as it drew closer to my room, I was conscious of a cold mask of sweat clinging to my face, because the footsteps did not sound like those of Jason Peirce. The feeling hit me and hit me again until I was left stunned with the horror of it. It did not sound like Peirce. But if it was not Peirce, who was it? I wanted to call out his name. Yet I felt, with some indefinable sense, that the treader in the hall was unaware that I was in the house, and for that reason it could not have been Peirce. I was afraid to make an outcry, and I sat stricken with dread as the footsteps went past my door, descending the stairs. A moment later, 4:42, there was a noise of cutlery being moved in the kitchen, and the front door opened and closed. As it had come, that strange prescience vanished, and I tried to reason out what I had heard. Of course the man was Peirce. Who could it have been save him, for were we not alone in the house? I sat for hours on the bed, working up a determination to shake the truth out of him when he returned. But shortly after 4 o'clock my strength ran out of me, and I shook with fear as I heard that awful, ghost-like tread ascending the stairs. My heart beat wildly when the person reached my door and twisted the knob to enter. One thought flashed through my head. Thank God the door was locked. The terrible feeling that it was not Peirce came back upon me, and I sat motionless as I listened to the sounds from outside. For a moment, there were no sounds from the intruder, but I did hear a faint tap, 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 like that of a liquid falling to the wooden floor. In a minute, the knob was released and the footsteps continued down the hall to Carse's room. Any attempt to explain my thoughts as I sat smoking throughout the night would only add to the confusion of these revelations. They were not sane and rational thoughts, but rather strange suggestions and premonitions. I thought myself to be in the presence of a tremendous evil. In the morning, Carse was up early and moved back and forth in the corridor with strange industry. He was crying, for his sobs came disturbingly to my ears, and once I heard him descend into the cellar, and there was a faint digging sound as he performed some outlandish task. Then I heard him in the hallway and on the stairs. I heard the splashing of water and the sound of scrubbing. I pounded on the door for him to let me out, but it was not until nearly noon that he finished his chores and finally opened my door. He was stooped and fatigued, and without bothering to return my amenities, he turned away and went to his study. I went into the hallway and noticed, as I had surmised, that the floor showed signs of recent and vigorous cleaning. I walked down to his room and looked in, not surprised to notice that here too was the unmistakable evidence of scrubbing. I knew there was only one more thing to do. I must go down to the cellar and unearth what he had buried there. The horrible truth had been dawning upon me for hours, and when I came face to face with him in the kitchen at the head of the cellar stairs, I looked squarely into his eyes with the full realization that Jason Carse was the headhunter. I was not frightened, not for my personal safety at any rate, but a sensation of sickening horror went through me as I looked into his tired face and understood that at last he had fallen into the cesspool which had tormented him since early years. The words of the coroner came back into my ears. He is a madman of uncanny intelligence, and I knew that he knew I recognized him for what he was. The awful silence of our conflicting glances was unbroken for several seconds, and then words came uncontrollably from my mouth, and I managed to snap that nerve-cracking tension. "What's in the cellar?" I cried. "What have you buried there?" "If anything happens to you," he returned, ignoring my questions, "I'm not to be blamed. I warned you in time to get away from this house. What do you think is in the cellar? I dare to suggest there are 6 small graves." An ugly smirk went across his face, and he cast a glance at the cellar door. "You always were too smart for your own good," he said softly. "Knowledge can be dangerous." "How did you think you could get away with it?" I screamed, only too well aware of his implication. "My God, Carr, 6 human heads." His jaw hardened and he took a menacing step toward me. Then suddenly he stopped, a queer, tragic expression coming over his face. He put his hand to his eyes as if to blot out some horrible memory. I know," he cried hysterically. 6 heads. 6 human heads. Do you think I planned 6 heads? A shudder went through him, and he buried his face in both hands and sobbed like a child. My personal fear gradually subsided as I watched this remorseful quiescence which had come upon him. I realized that he had passed the emotional climax of his crime, and that he was now suffering that terrible reaction which must haunt and terrify all criminals. I took this advantage to gain control of him, for there was no way of determining when his madness would flare again. "There is only one course open for me," I told him soberly. "I must turn you over to the police. Things like this must be stopped." He pulled his hands away from his face and stared at me, his eyes fired with dread. "No, no," he screamed. "Don't give me away, please. In the name of God, don't give me away. I am sick, I tell you. I am not responsible." A feeling of helpless pity went through me as he sank to his knees in hysterical imploration, but I steeled myself against him. The man was mad and dangerous. He must be stamped out without mercy. There are asylums. I began. "You cannot," he cried. "You know what they do in asylums." "I know. Please help me. I am not responsible. It is the book. The book. What book? Drucker. That diary. Can't you see what it has done to me? It's eaten into my brain until I am mad. It's driven me like a slave until I have no other bidding. It taught me how to do these things. It makes me do them. I pulled him to his feet and shook him unmercifully. He was crying and retching, a pitiable and horrible sight to look upon. "You are talking irrationally," I cried. "I am your friend and I want to help you, but my first duty is the public welfare. There are 6 human heads buried in your cellar. There must be no more. No more." He laughed shrilly and threw up both his hands to indicate the count of 10. "No more, you say? There will be 10 more before it stops. 10 more. That's what the book says." "You want 10?" I demanded incredulously, struck numb by his callousness. "You want 10 more to add to those 6. Cars. Cars. They are not cabbages you are counting. They are human heads. Do you think I am a fiend to let this continue? No. It must end. It must end on the gallows." "He died on the gallows." "He? Whom are you talking about? Try to make sense, Peirce. I am your friend. Trust me. I am talking of Emil Drucker, the man who taught me how to do these things. He is responsible for them, not I. He is the one to hang for them. Dig him out of his grave and hang him again." I pushed him gently into a chair, for his collapse seemed imminent. Spittle was running from his mouth, and his retching continued in spasms that shook him to his teeth. "I am your friend," I told him again. "I want to help you, but you must get control of yourself. Why do you say you are not responsible? What drove you to commit these crimes?" He looked at me searchingly, and his eyes cleared. He swallowed a mass of incoherent words in an effort to master himself, then his hand pressed over mine. "You are right. I must get control of myself," he said. "I have done some horrible things which can never be forgiven, but I swear to you that I have not done them intentionally, and I am not mad as you think. I am in the power of that book. I am the puppet of a horror that has outlived all natural deaths." A feeling of relief passed over me as I saw him settle into a state of rational observation. I hoped it would last, for not 3 yards away from him, lying on top of the kitchen table, was a 7-inch butcher knife. My only hope was to preserve his state by permitting him to tell his story, and in that way to persuade him to accept the inevitable consequences of his crimes. I drew up a chair beside his own, yet kept myself alert to ward off any lunge he might make for the knife. "What is this horror which has mastered you?" I asked, in an effort to gain his confidence. "And what is this book? I told you about it in my letter from Vienna 6 weeks ago. I told you I had discovered a rare book, an awful and compelling book. It was the diary of Emil Druck." "Where did you get it?" He cast a swift glance about the room. Then suddenly his eyes fell upon the butcher knife. I saw him tense, saw his lips twitch under the lash of a horrible temptation. "Peirce, tell me about it," I yelled, to distract him. "Where did you get the book?" He pulled his eyes away from the knife and let them burn into my face. For a moment, undecided, he was silent. Then his brow straightened and he leaned forward in his chair. "Do you remember my gratis?" It was based upon the life of Emil Drucker in an effort to explain what impulse drove him to cut off human heads. It was a good thesis, one of the best on the subject, and it brought a lot of response from criminologists all over the world. About 6 months after it was published, I received a letter from a man who was once Emil Drucker's personal servant. He was living in Cologne, right close to the old Drucker castle, and he wanted to see me. He told me that he knew the Drucker crimes from the first to the last, 16 of them. So I went, of course, and met this man who was small and old with an obsession for Emil Drucker. He talked for a long time, and then he handed me the diary and said it explained more vividly than I could ever imagine the impulse which prompted Drucker's recurrent human decapitations. He told me that Drucker had written each entry while the memory of the crime was still fresh in his mind. It was a terrible book to read, he warned, and unless I had the intellectual strength of a mental Hercules, I would never forgive myself for having opened it. Naturally, I was too excited to heed his warning, and on that same night I took the book away with me. I promised to return it to him when I had finished, but he wouldn't accept this plan. Instead, he said that he would come and get the book when I was through. It was a mysterious business and should have told me 4:45 to expect no good to come of it. I asked him how he would know when I had finished with the book, and I shall never forget that evil smile and disdainful shrug of his response. "I shall know well enough when I read the newspapers," he told me. "This time it will be 6 or 7, in about 4 months from now." Do you understand what he meant by those words? He knew what would happen, and yet he let me carry that book away with me. In the name of God, what kind of a man is he? Why didn't you destroy the book? I demanded of him. I couldn't. It was too fascinating, too powerful to destroy. I read that book with the reverence of an ecclesiastic, until I knew every word between the covers, and the whole ghastly parade of Drucker's 16 murders passed before my eyes, like figures on a stage. 10 weeks ago, I began to have nightmares that reconstructed the crimes of Drucker, going chronologically from number 1 to number 16, then beginning all over again. When I returned to America 7 weeks ago, I still had the book with me, and the contents were so deeply engraved on my brain that I could think of nothing else. Day and night I thought about it, until at length I found myself actually imagining how I would go about emulating his crimes. Then I began to get the horrible impulse to fondle a butcher knife. Drucker used a butcher knife, you know. And more than once I was struck with the scarcely resistible urge to cut off someone's head. It didn't matter whose head, but just a head. "Easy, Peirce," I cried with a wary glance at the kitchen table. "Tell me the rest, but don't excite yourself. What happened then?" He slid back in a sort of stupor, shook his head several times, then passed his hand across his eyes in a gesture of despair. "You ought to know damned well what happened if you were listening at your door last night. 6 weeks ago I went to bed and dreamed horribly. I had just finished reading the first confession in the diary. Some strange impulse made me read that confession, and no other. And in my sleep I saw a human head staring at me. It was a cruel Teutonic head, and I knew that it was Emil Drucker's head hanging in a gallows rope. Then he smiled at me, a horrible, vivid, real smile, and the head vanished from then on. For how long I cannot say. I sat as a spectator and watched the complete action of Drucker's number 1. I saw Drucker leave his house and walk down a dark street with no other illumination than a few scattered electric lights. I tried to imagine how they were electric lights, for they had only gas in his day, but nevertheless they were modern lights, and the street looked like the street in front of my own house. He walked about 10 blocks. Then he saw a woman standing on a street corner. There wasn't another soul in sight. He crept closer to her, then drew out his butcher knife and hid it in the folds of his coat, a coat which looked strangely like my own windbreaker. He first tried to talk with the woman, but she was not interested. So he pulled out the knife and brought it sweeping down across her throat. The blood spurted like a fountain and overran Drucker's hand, but he only laughed and pushed the woman to the ground, then knelt over her and began a horrible sawing movement with his knife. When he had finished, he drew a towel from his pocket and wrapped the head tightly to prevent the blood from trailing him home. He came 4:46 back the same way and entered the house, and at the foot of the stairs he unwrapped the towel and held the thing only by its hair as he climbed the steps. The last thing I saw or heard was the blood dripping on each step as he ascended to the upper hall. "My God!" I whispered in horror. "But that's not the worst," Peirce cried as he grabbed my arm. When I awakened the next morning, it was late, and the shrieks of the newsboys stabbed into my ears. They were yelling about a cruel, brutal murder which had been committed sometime during the night. I swung my feet off the bed to arise, when my eyes fell upon the diary which rested on my night table. It was open to the confession of number 1, as if I had been reading it in my sleep. There was a strange and terrifying dread in my soul as my feet struck the floor. I felt something wet and sticky touch my toes, then I looked down. It was a woman's head staring up at me. The room was smeared with blood from one end to the other, and there was a gore-caked knife resting beside the head, and a crimson towel lay across my bedpost. But there wasn't a drop of blood on my hands. I couldn't even attempt to explain it. I only knew that a woman had been murdered, and that her severed head was in my bedroom. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't force myself into the belief that I was the murderer, and I stood stunned with the weird horror of knowing that Emil Drucker's number 1 had been reenacted, and that I had played his own role. Where could I turn? Whom could I ask for advice? If I was mad, they would commit me to an asylum. If I was not mad, they would hang me. I carried the head to the cellar and buried it. Then I cleaned up the blood and burned the towel. In my wardrobe, I found a suit of clothes smeared with fresh blood. I found my shoes and hat splattered with it, and then I found my discarded gloves stained a violent crimson, with each finger stiffened as the blood had coagulated about it. No wonder there wasn't any blood on my hands. I went over the house from top to bottom and eradicated every stain that might be evidence against me. Then I sat down with the diary in one hand and the morning newspaper in the other. I compared the two crimes. They were identical, even to the burying of the heads. Emil Drucker had done exactly the same as I had done. He carried the head in a towel. He left it in his room overnight. He buried it in his cellar, and he cleaned up the blood the following morning. But there was one ghastly difference. Emil Drucker had committed his crime with full purposeful foreknowledge, whereas I had committed my crime under hypnotic inducement. There is no other answer for what has happened in these last 6 weeks. I have racked my brain to find another solution, but there is none. I am being hypnotized by some unexplainable force, and once each week I come under the power of this evil which directs and commands my being. Last night I went to bed with the full knowledge of what would occur during the night. That is why I locked you in your room. This morning when I awakened, I found the head exactly where the other 5 had lain. Then I carried it to the basement and buried it. I cleaned up the blood and burned the towel. If you are numbed with horror, try to imagine how I feel about it. 6 crimes in 6 weeks, and I can only thank merciful God that it will end with only one more. Perhaps it is ended now. That German servant who loaned me the diary said it would be only 6 or 7. Do you think the police will believe all of this? I demanded. What you have told me has no sane explanation. It's demonism. Carr smiled pitiably. There are more things in heaven and earth, he began. Then he heaved his shoulders as if flinging off an attempt at levity. The human mind is a strange organ, and no man can explain its mysteries. I have seen too much of atavism to ridicule any theories. There is nothing we can do but wait and hope that the German servant's prediction is true. 6 or 7. 6 or 7. Do you mean you expect me to grant you leniency? I exclaimed. Great heavens, Peirce, there have been 6 horrible murders. Society demands a reckoning. I have atoned enough for 10 times 6, he cried. Have you no soul in you? The crimes will stop now. The Germans said they would, and everything else he predicted has come true. As my lifelong friend, it is your duty to see me through. But those 6. No man can bring them back to life. But I am still a living man, and you must save me. I shall divide my estate among the families of the 6, and I swear to you that I shall never open a book on criminology again. You must do it, you must. Do you honestly believe it is over? I asked hoarsely. I do. With all my heart and soul, I do. But you would say that anyway, I cried. Suppose there's a number 7. The blood will be upon my hands as well as yours. It is an awful responsibility, Peirce. There must be no more. There won't be. I swear there won't be. He threw himself at me in an hysterical outburst of emotion. He tried to smile through the tears in his eyes, but the sight was so awful that I turned my head. I am still unconvinced, I said grimly. The possibility of number 7 is too important to overlook. Let me see Drucker's diary. Why? He backed away and stared at me. Why do you want to read the diary? I want to read account number 7. Peirce came forward again and grabbed my arm. He shook it. What good will that do? He asked anxiously, if there are only 6 of them. Besides, it's not a book you ought to read. Give me the diary, I demanded again. He scowled at me for a moment, then shrugging, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small leather-bound book. It was well worn as if by many thumbs, and in faded gold letters across the cover were the words, Personal Diary of Emile Druck, J.U.D. Sit down, I commanded, and try to keep your nerves together. I shall do everything I can for you. He backed away and dropped into a chair, his eyes fastened upon me in a look of almost majestic joy. And yet there was an undertone in his expression which I could not define. There was defiance there, and fear. One of his hands rested on the nearby table less than 2 feet from the hilt of the butcher knife, and the fingers of that hand twitched nervously. With an odd sense of uneasiness, I flicked open the first several pages of the book and skimmed through the contents. My German was poor, yet I was able to understand the significance of what Emil Drucker had written in his 448 large scrawling hand. I read the first 6 accounts, then stared at Peirce in amazement. His 6 crimes and Drucker's first 6 were so identical they might have been conscious reproductions. In all cases, the victims were the same sex, the same age, and were in the same general walk of life. I then turned to account number 7, and after reading a few wretched lines, I gasped with horror. It was a 7-year-old girl. Peirce was on his feet, his jaw grim and determined. He stared fiercely at me, waiting my response. Peirce, I muttered dazedly. You can't back out, he cried as he stepped toward me. There will be no 7, I tell you. It's ended on 6. I swear it to you. No, I said. I cannot permit such a risk. Did you read account number 7? He not only cut off the head, but he dismembered. You can't back out, he screamed as he shook my arm. You can't. But Peirce, this is a girl, a mere child. Don't you realize it would be unpardonable even for you? No, I can never take such a risk. I must turn you over to the police. Peirce slapped me viciously, then stumbled back against the table. His face was a mask of suffused blood, his eyes wild with desperation. Damn you, he cried savagely. You are no friend, you are a cheat, a betrayer. Suddenly his groping fingers touched the butcher knife, and he drew himself taut. His fingers wound around the hilt like slowly moving worms. For a moment there was scarcely a breath between us. Then he lifted his arm and brought the knife slowly out before him. I watched, horror-stricken, unable to lift my feet from the floor. A numbing paralysis of fright seemed to come over me. Peirce, I muttered. He didn't hear me. His body was tensed for the deadly spring that would bring him down upon my throat. I saw a ripple of galvanizing energy race through his hands. Then I managed an outcry. At the same instant, he was in the air. There is no need for me to relate the events which followed, for the newspapers had assiduously described the capture and arrest of Peirce, and his subsequent history, brief as it was, has become public property. To my dying day I shall carry the 5-inch scar along my cheek where his knife descended upon me. and I can never cease to be thankful for that one outburst of absolute fear which tore from my lips and attracted a passing policeman. Otherwise, I might have been number 7 in the grim line of epitaphs that marked the close of this fantastic case. Only by bludgeoning Peirce with his stick could the officer overcome him, and it was necessary to keep him in a straitjacket until the hour of his execution. It is a curious fact that the psychiatrists who examined Peirce, several of them his former pupils, could not find him unbalanced enough to be irresponsible for his crimes. Those long and tiring vigils in the mental clinic will haunt me for life. There was no end to their searching and probing of his subconscious mind, no end to the tests and questions, the examinations and analyses which ended hopelessly against him. But even if they had found him insane, violently and homicidally insane, they would not have dared report such a finding to the court. Society demanded a death in return for a death, and Jason Peirce was nailed to his coffin at the first moment of his arrest. Had he been spared the gallows by the 449 court, he would not have been spared the gallows by the mobs that milled about the detention prison, for continually throughout the trial was the grim reminder that society represented by mobs has not yet forgotten the use of lynch law. Peirce's death put a definite end to the head-hunting crimes in this city, and for the first time in over 6 weeks the metropolitan area has been able to breathe freely. I have lost a faithful and sincere friend, but I lost him not on the gallows, but 3 months ago, when he first discovered the diary of Emil Drucker. It is the diary, not my mourning, which has prompted me to pen this account of my knowledge of the head-hunting crimes. During the trial, as you may remember, I sought to introduce the diary as major evidence in support of Peirce's somnambulistic manias, but it was waved out of court with ridicule and contempt. One must admit that Peirce's story, as he told it to me, and as I later reiterated it to the court, was fantastic and highly improbable. But there are certain irrefutable arguments in support of Peirce's story which shed a terrible light, not alone upon the case, but on all criminal cases of similar nature. For one thing, a hypnotic examination by competent state alienists was completely unsuccessful in the attempt to bring forth his subconscious knowledge of any of the 6 murders. Secondly, Peirce was unable, despite his most intense and willing efforts, to reconstruct even the smallest part of any one of the crimes. His only acquaintance with his own alleged activities was brought to him in dreams. A further significant fact, which the court ignored as irrelevant, was the ghastly identity of Peirce's supposed crimes and those confessed by Emil Drucker. It is impossible that this duality of murders could be brought about by mere coincidence, for the similarity of detail was carried too far. This fact alone presupposes the statement that there was a horrible and unnatural bondage between Emil Drucker and Jason Peirce, the bondage of the diary. One night of each week for 6 weeks, Jason Peirce was compelled by some unknown power to dream about a murder confessed and described in Drucker's diary. On each of these nights, while Peirce watched it in a dream, an identical murder was committed somewhere in the city, and the man whom he recognized as the murderer was Emil Drucker. It was as if Peirce's dreams, projected into reality by the sheer vividness of the diary, had resurrected Emil Drucker from his grave and set him free to reenact his former crimes. I am mad, you will say, but I speak of demonism and not law. How else can you explain the duality of these murders? How else can you explain Peirce's ignorance of the crimes? How else can you explain those brutal dreams, the fruit of whose reality Peirce found each morning on the floor beside his bed? Nor is it enough to stop alone with this question. How many men besides Jason Peirce have spent sleepless nights over the diary of Emil Drucker? The newspapers will answer that question each time they are opened. In Paris, the police discover a headless body lying along the wharves, and the murderer is still unknown. In Berlin, a college professor kills himself upon the discovery of a human head lying near his bed with his own hunting knife stuck to the hilt into its brain. In Stockholm, the police discover the bodies of 2 women lying in an empty house. Their heads have not yet been found. And in Cleveland, one of our greatest cities, is reported the discovery of the 10th headless corpse in a series of murders that has gripped the city 450 in terror. What kind of person commits such crimes, and why do the missing heads turn up years later in the basement of a house owned by a mild-appearing and docile old man? Jason Peirce was not the first man to pay with his life for crimes such as these, nor is he the last. It is well to beware of sickish-smelling trunks that are left in deserted houses. And I caution the reader against stepping on misshapen bundles of clothing, which he may find half hidden in a clump of bushes. For the diary of Emil Drucker is missing from the drawer where I left it, and I have been told that a strange Germanic-looking man was seen prowling about the house just before its disappearance. End of the Homicidal Diary by Earl Peirce.